music here. How's everybody doing? Hold on 1 second here. I still want the music to be on the background a little bit, but not too loud. But yeah, today I've actually decided that I'm gonna do like a full day of streaming, seeing as I have a day off today. So it's one of my rare days off. No family around right now during the workday. So what we're gonna do is we are going to go straight into streaming today. Actually, you know what? Let me just take off my headphones. The music is a little distracting, but I do like to keep it on in the background. If anybody's finding it distracting, I can turn the music off as well. But yeah, today, exciting day. I've been holding off on unboxing this thing because I figured I can do it on a stream. But I haven't done a big electronic purchase in quite a while. And this is my Steam Deck. Let me just make sure I don't flash my address too much. We'll take that off. Let me open it up. We're gonna see this thing. It came yesterday, and I've had to I've had to prevent myself from opening it. I'm getting too excited and opening it. But yeah, let's see. And yeah, later today, I'm going to be doing another Unity development stream if anybody is interested. So please stick around for that. But yeah, ooh, right. Nice. So right from the get-go, this is the first thing that comes out. Something about charging it, making sure it's charged properly. And if you can see, they made this a nondescript box because I believe what was happening, and I think the Steam Deck is inside this thing. But now this is in like a nondescript sort of box. I believe the reason why it's like this is because the other boxes were getting stolen. They were getting I was hearing shipments were being stolen in transit. So I guess that's why it's in like a nondescript box like this. But yeah, let's take a look. I'm really excited actually because like I haven't had a new technological peripheral in so long. All right, let's see. And yeah, we're gonna upgrade the SSD on this. Just before we get further into this, this is just the shell packaging right here. On the case and everything. The Steam Deck is inside the case probably, so I'm gonna wait to unveil that. It looks good, but let's talk about my accessories for a bit. So I purchased a bunch of stuff to go with the Steam Deck. I purchased the lowest possible version of the Steam Deck. So like all the way the 64 gig version. But there is a guide online on how to replace your SSD. So I bought a 512 SSD from Amazon. I bought a 512 gig SD card from Amazon. I bought a screen protector from Amazon. And I bought a dock from Amazon. And just because I still had extra money lying around, I've also bought a new toolkit for small electronics to help with the upgrade, and then this will be something that stays with my toolbox going forward. Anyways, now with that said, for the price of basically the most expensive Steam Deck, I can now get the same level of storage on the SSD. I now have an SD card that expands my storage now to 1 terabyte in total. And I get a screen protector and a dock. And the reason why I'd have the dock is just so that maybe if I wanted to stream and play a more intensive game that my computer can't handle and stream at the same time, I can now dock the Steam Deck and do that, or I can dock the Steam Deck to my big screen TV downstairs. So it works out. And also, just because I've been so excited, I've already gotten the image of SteamOS ready to be re-imaged onto that hard drive once we get ready. There is a way to put the Steam Deck in recovery mode, which is what we need to do. So we'll go ahead and do that. What's cool is this like little carrying nub here. I didn't realize that this thing had that. It's pretty cool. Little carrying handle here too. That's pretty awesome. Oh, that's intelligent. So if somebody tried to steal the Steam Deck and leave this thing, Valve has a little protection thing in case. So if this is broken, then you know somebody's opened this package previously and stole the Steam Deck inside. So that's a good thing to note. Can I just pull this through? Oh yeah, I can. Okay. Oh, that's not very secure as a security device. You can just pull it through. Is this supposed to be a security device? I don't know. Well, let's see. Let's open this up. Let's open this bad boy up and actually react to the Steam Deck itself. Oh my god. This looks nice. Woo-hoo-hoo. Nice. Look at that. There it is. My very own Steam Deck. I'm so excited. Oh man, these analog sticks are nicer than I imagined. I'm afraid of the Joy-Con drift though, so I'm afraid of the joystick drift. So I may upgrade these to Hall effect style joysticks, but these feel pretty nice. I'll run them as long as they don't have any drift for sure. D-pad's nice. These little touch panes seem pretty cool. So what we're gonna do first is, like they state, we're going to charge it. So there is an SD card reader down there. Headphone jack, volume up, volume down, power, and then the USB-C. One USB-C, and that's for your dock. All right, cool. Let's take a look. And the thing is, I need this dock. This is the dock that we have. I did open it up just to take a look at it earlier, but I repackaged it exactly the way it's supposed to look. So that, right. So what's cool about this is now I need this dock because in order to re-image the hard drive, I have to be able to get a USB, and this dock has a USB. I made sure of a dock having a USB and an Ethernet, so that if I do play Street Fighter on this thing, I can wire it up. If I do play online, anyways. All right. All right, let's take a look at this thing. Let's boot it up. All right, let's actually look at the power cable. like a standard USB-C charging cable. How many what's the wattage on this? Or what's the voltage? 20 volts. Output 5 volts. 9 volts. Yeah. Okay. So it's like a standard charger. I don't know if I'm gonna have to do some research on how the Steam Deck charges, but like the Nintendo Switch has issues with charging with other. It's not an issue anymore, but you got to be careful because if they're not following the USB specifications on the device, they could fry your other chargers. So that was the problem with the Nintendo Switch. Hopefully that's not the case with the Steam Deck. Shoot, I didn't think about the charging situation. I didn't think about the charging situation in this regard. You know what I'm gonna have to do? Let's plug it in under my desk. No spare plugs under my desk, actually. Shoot. Where can I plug this in? I'm probably gonna grab an extension cord and plug this in. Oh man, my extension cords are all downstairs too. Right. I'm just gonna plug it into the wall over here. Okay, it's charging on the side. You know what? I'm gonna I gotta change the camera angle. I'll go do that. I just don't want to show that side of my room because it's kind of messy. But that's okay. We'll shift the camera angle to this side, and you can kind of see over here. The Steam Deck is charging. I believe. What was it saying? Plug in and then power on. Okay, cool. I'll leave the camera here, and you can hear me playing with it in the side. All right. Oh, it's turning on by itself. I think it charged enough. All right, cool. Choose your language. You know what? I wonder if I can. I was gonna test this out earlier, but I might as well just test it out on stream. If I plug in my other webcam, can I do like a double camera thing, where it's like one camera is focused on the Steam Deck, and the other camera. That was almost bad. That was almost bad. The Steam Deck slid. I caught it in time. Slid off my desk. Alright. If I put this down this way, and if this works, then we can have one dedicated camera. Yeah, I almost dropped it. It's because I'm trying to figure out how I can charge this thing at the same time. Oh, actually, it doesn't have. It actually has pretty high battery life, so I don't actually have to charge it. I was trying to get it to charge at the same time as me as me putting in another camera so that you can kind of see it as I'm playing around with it. But I don't have to do that anymore. So yeah, here's the first menu. Just select your language, obviously English here. Your time, Eastern Standard Time. My Wi-Fi. I'm going to put in my password. So we're connecting to our Wi-Fi. Pretty cool. Continue that. All right, awesome. Now it's just installing. I guess it's installing Steam on it. So it reminds you of PSP on steroids. Yeah, I know, right? Honestly, I'm so excited. Like, you can't even imagine. Like, this is the first thing. This is the first like significant tech purchase I've had in quite a while. Let me lower the camera a bit. Oh wow. I don't know if you can hear that. You guys hear that? That's okay. It's probably because it's doing something intensive, which is updating. So that's all right. Hey, thanks for joining me, guys. We're gonna maybe I shouldn't take my coffee directly above it. But we're gonna upgrade it later, right? So in a bit, I'm gonna take this SSD right here and throw it in there instead of the 64 gig SSD that's in there, and then install this on it. Right now, I'm just gonna do some first impressions though, see how it looks. But yeah, see now the whirling died down. If you hear that, like I can't hear it at all anymore. It's gone. But yeah, it's huge in a good way. Let's look at a Nintendo Switch without the Joy-Con comparison, and you can see like it like fits inside the screen space. And that's my Nintendo Switch without Joy-Cons. So yeah, it's nice. It's very nice. But yeah, I think the whirling was like it's just like doing something super intensive. But that makes sense because that's what happens with computers, right? Whenever you have a computer trying to do like a lot of things, it just goes crazy. All right, it's restarting now. I think like that's the right now probably Hades. Hades would be the first thing I try for sure. That's gonna run 100%. I know that. Like the stuff in here, Hades should be like easy peasy. Um, but yeah, like something more stressful. Maybe I'll try like um, that Hi-Fi Rush game that came out. So we'll see. I'll once this is launched, I'm gonna download something that's quick first because we're gonna go into the SSD upgrade soon. As soon as this is like kind of booted up. And the funny thing is, I've been so excited that I'm already ready to flash this SSD and play Crisis 3. I'm ready to image the SSD with the correct image because I've already and to say Hades. I don't know if you guys hear the music in the background. Is the music too loud, by the way, guys? I can't. I don't have my headphones on, so I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, Hades music is playing now. But yeah, I was so excited. I already re-imaged this flash drive. Oh, you can't hear the music. Oh, okay. Oh, good. It's okay. I just wanted the music to be kind of like in the background, not like very, very overpowering. Um, but yeah, like I've already imaged this USB drive with SteamOS ready to go. As soon as we swap the hard drive, I'm like ready to like image it immediately because I was so excited. I did that 2-3 days ago before this thing even arrived. Okay, so we're back at the main screen. English, of course. Eastern. My Wi-Fi. Okay, now I have to sign in with my Steam account. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my Steam Mobile to. It says if you scan a QR code using Steam Mobile, you can log directly in. So that's what I'm gonna do. All right. Boom. We logged in. We logged in here. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do first? I'm gonna actually test Street Fighter 6 first. Because there's like literally right at the top, Street Fighter 6 is my most recent game. Yeah, I mean, the main Street Fighter 6 game isn't done, but like it isn't there yet, but the demo is, so I can do that for sure. Uh, can we occasionally ask for your feedback, your input? Yes. So it like prompt me to ask me for feedback and stuff. Um, Demo available now. Can I download the demo? Okay, so you have to get to the store page to download the demo. But there we go. Valve is still learning about Street Fighter 6 compatibility. We do not have any further information about the demo. We're going to install anyways. Yeah. What are these settings? So you can see over here, we have an April client update. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till the demo is installed and then update the client. What's cool is there I like this kind of mobile style OS for this because it's like you don't want this is supposed to be a gaming device and whatnot, so you don't want standard Windows just on it. You need a touchscreen and gamepad oriented UX UI design, right? And this is the one thing that all of these other handheld PCs keep missing the mark on. And this is the one thing that the Steam Deck probably is going to over and finally the reason why I didn't go with one of the more expensive handheld PC options, it's because if Microsoft isn't on board with making kind of like a new flavor of Windows for something like this, then Steam OS is going to be the default OS for like a tablet gaming rig hybrid that's kind of happening now, like a pocket PC hybrid thing that's kind of happening now, right? So I really think that if these other companies like Asus, Ava Neo, and all these other companies that are building like these $1,000 pocket PCs that have gamepad controllers attached to them and stuff, the thing is, the Windows experience is still going to be crap on them because you don't have a keyboard, you don't have a mouse right away. Like so, in this regard, the Steam OS already kind of is it's impressing me because it's like it's it's done with the usability of the device in mind, which is what all those other devices won't have because it's just going to be Windows on a device like this versus Steam OS being actually tailored to how this device functions. And the UX and UI design is built for that. That's what I kind of like that. It's well, I really like that. It's it's one of the reasons why I decided to get this over one of those more expensive ones. Even though those more expensive ones might run Street Fighter 6 more, you know, better and stuff. There's more intention when it comes to the UI. Yes, exactly. Because it's like those other things miss the mark on the fact that you just have Windows on a device like this, but the device like this doesn't have or will not normally have a mouse and a keyboard attached to it. So how do you relay that into a experience that's better? So because they use Windows and Windows is a closed platform, you have to wait for Microsoft to do something. But because Steam OS is built on Linux, Valve has no Valve can output as quickly as possible updates to this thing and keep usability specifically tailored to their device, what their device is capable of. And they don't have to worry about, oh, you have to attach a mouse and keyboard to get like a better experience with this because that's what the operating system was designed with in mind, intentional, right? And that's the intended design of like a Windows system. So when you throw a Windows system on a device like this, it feels weird. So that's one of the reasons why I kind of stayed away from those more expensive pocket PCs. And yeah, I think like if this device just keeps getting better and better in regards to compatibility and what they've also done is because this is a Linux system and you can't run every single game on Linux, they've created this compatibility platform for Linux to run Windows games actually. And it's called Proton, and it's based upon, if you've ever used Linux as an operating system, it's based upon this thing called Wine, Wine. It's not an emulator. It's more of a like well, for all intents and purposes, it's basically a Windows emulator for Linux, and Proton is specifically built to play games, Windows games on Linux, and they're just getting better and better with the compatibility on it. Right now, it has like something like 8,000, 9,000 games verified and tested working, that don't work on Linux natively, but they work through Proton perfectly fine. And yeah, it's just it's awesome. And this is one of them. Like Street Fighter 6, I've looked it up online, and it runs through Proton. It doesn't run natively on Linux, right? But Proton runs it well. So yeah, let's try this out. Oh, it's still downloading. Once it's done downloading, I'm gonna play it a little bit, and then we'll we'll be right back and get into unboxing, get into opening this thing up and swapping out its hard drive and doing the upgrade. Man, this thing, man, it's pretty nice. Like the screen resolution is not pretty. It's not that high. It's 1280. It's 1200 by 800 or something like that. But the size, because of the size of it, it looks pretty awesome. Like, and yeah, just there's 4 buttons on the back as well. You probably have to turn down settings all the way for Cyberpunk and stuff. But I don't play games like that, so it doesn't matter to me. This is gonna be so nice where I'm just sitting on my couch and my daughter's playing with her toys nicely, and I'm not doing anything. I can just play on my Steam Deck. There's so many games I have on Steam that I haven't touched because I haven't had the opportunity to sit down and play them at my computer. That's like the main issue with my life right now. I can't play games on my computer or sitting down playing them unless I'm streaming or unless I find time to stream, which doesn't happen very often, as you see. Like I stream so sporadically, right? So this will allow me to game more. This thing, which is always a good thing. It's starting to like whine a little bit again. I have unclaimed rewards. What is this? Steam Deck rewards. Depending on your model of Steam Deck, you may claim rewards. Alright, claim rewards. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh. Okay, this is almost done. I will test out the dock and the other things that I bought with it a little bit later after the upgrade. It's getting a little hot in the back as it's downloading, but that's probably because it's being a little intensive on when it downloads. I wonder how like. Okay, let's see. Oh, use touch. All right, so it's there. Let's play it. Starting launch. Oh. Hmm. Yeah, default resolution is fine. Launch options. There's things that you have to do. I heard somebody was people were. Oh, this is one of my friends. People were able to get this working, so I wonder. I wonder what's going on here. Let's see. All right, let's go through the settings here. They said something called Proton is required. Yeah, so that's all good. Security, notifications, customization, home library. No, home. No, that's okay. I wonder, I didn't do any research on what we can, how we can set anything up here. So let me go through it myself. It's funny, it has like a use Nintendo button layout option as well. Oh, there's like launch options. No, it seems like it's crashing as soon as it launches. I need to go do some research on this. So let's take a look at some of this stuff. Some of the stuff that we can do with the Steam Deck before we continue forward. So let's open up a web page on this. There's no need to like meander around try to figure out how to do it yourself when you can research it. Let's see. Street Fighter 6, Steam Deck. All right, let's see. Proton experimental. Was set to either uncheck in the compatibility settings. It says Valve will give you the best experience on the demo, but clearly I'm not getting the best experience on the demo through Valve's settings. Am I doing something wrong? say force the use of a specific compatibility tool. And then when I go back into the settings, it's not there. It's not. Yeah, that's fine. Local files is fine. You know what? Some people were saying also that yeah, not the beta, the demo or whatever that they released, but everybody's saying that it's working. It's easy enough to get in your solid 60 frames per second in the versus mode. Like I saw so many videos of it actually running on the Steam Deck. So I'm like, I wonder if so there is. Was doing research and people were saying that if you fill up your SSD too much, it can cause issues with your Steam Deck. So you need like some space free on your SSD, which is why I bought the Upgrade SSD. So to prevent this from happening, maybe we install our SD card, figure out, or maybe we just go straight into installing the SSD. Actually, let's leave this be. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna format this drive that's on it back to factory default settings again, so that if I need to swap this drive back in, it's completely factory reset. It's not like this hanging thing that has Street Fighter installed on it or whatever. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's factory reset it. So usually when factory reset is settings, you can go down to like, I don't know, what is it? Oh yeah, see, Proton Experimental. Yeah, see, I have so much space free still, so it's like, what's going on? Okay. Anyways, let's just, do we have a general preference system? Oh, nice. There's a developer mode. Awesome. We can, that's something that's going to be required for Shifter, for Codename Shifter. I'm going to be testing it on this thing. All right. Let's, all right, there we go. Factory reset button. Once this factory reset is done, we're going to power the device down, and then we're going to go through the process of actually upgrading its SSD. So if you go to iFixit, the repairability 7 out of 10, right? That's like pretty high. So we have this SSD guide right here. This is given to them by Valve. Valve actually worked with them to create this guide. Look at how good it is. It literally shows you every step of the way what the screws are, the pictures, like how to prepare your device, you know, remove your SSD, put your device inside the Steam Deck thing, and then remove the back plates and stuff. So it's like, it's a very, very good guide. So this is the thing that we're going to be following when I'm going to replace my SSD. So you'll be watching me go back and forth looking at this thing. But yeah, we'll be replacing the SSD shortly. Let's okay, so we're back to normal settings. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn off the Steam Deck. I believe you can hold the power button down. Steam Deck is powered off now, right? And now we can prepare our device. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this stuff here. move my mic out of the way a little bit. And we're going to start our SSD replacement. Actually, you know what? Let's give it let's take like a 15-minute break. We'll come back shortly, and we'll do an SSD upgrade. Let me just set up my be right back here. I'm gonna be coming back in a moment here. Just trying to set up my be right back scene so that everybody's notified of what's happening next. Why is this not? Black text. Why isn't it not showing up? Oh, that's why. Right. All right. Yeah, I'll be right back. So yeah, I'll see you guys in a moment here. All right. All right. Let's do this. So first things first. I'm gonna try to ground. I'm gonna want to ground myself. There's like a little metal piece right here. Rounded metal piece. The one big thing about doing all of this is I'm doing it on a carpeted surface on this kind of rubberized wheelchair, clothed and everything, and I'm fully clothed. So there's a lot of static electricity potential. So I either want to wear an electrostatic wristband, and electrostatic mat, or I want to be completely like, I want to have a complete like uh, just constantly be grounded, constantly be touching this thing, because like, and me shifting in the chair, me touching my beard, me doing anything can cause any sort of kinetic, any sort of static electricity coming out of my fingers, which could fry components in this thing. So I have to be very, very careful because of my work environment. But I've done this in the past. I've done computer building in carpeted areas and stuff, and everything's gone well in the past. So that's obviously famous last words. But let's hope everything goes okay, goes according to plan. So this is the toolbox thing that I bought, just as another little treat to myself. Completely new tools. They are electromagnetic, safe, non-conductive, and everything, so it's good. And what we're going to need today, according to iFixit, let me open up the website, is we're going to need the 0 and the 1 Phillips head, which is these two. Alright. We're going to need the opening pick to like open up the shell, which is right here, this thing right here. And we're gonna need some tweezers, which we have right here now. Awesome. Do we have anything else? Do we need anything else? No, we don't. Let's load this up. All right. So, first step. And I'm scratching my hair. So what this does is now I probably have electricity in my hands. Ground myself. Just because you got to be very, very aware of what you're doing here, because if you're not, things can go completely wrong. All right. But you know what? Let's throw up a. Let's throw up my display, my computer display on the side here. Display capture, let me copy this, paste it over here, and let's just make it tinier, put it off to the side, so you guys can see kind of what I'm, oh hey Fernando, how's it going? Thank you for subscribing. I'm just putting this off to the side so you guys can see what I'm doing. Let's transition over. Okay, so you guys can see that now on the side, I believe. There. Alright, cool. Let's ground myself again. Just make sure nothing bad happens. And let's start. So the first thing we want to do is we have Phillips driver. You have 4 5.8 millimeter screws and 4 9.5 millimeter screws. So they look like they have the same Phillips head, but apparently some of these screws are very, very soft, so you got to be very careful not to strip them. So see, this is already stripping. What is going on? Alright, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that screw is fine. Just make sure I don't mess things up too much. The screw is fine. Coming straight out. Yeah, see, this screw came right out. This screw came right out. And now you want to make sure that you keep your screws in like a specific location. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this thing as a tray. These 4 screws are going to go here. And again, keep yourself organized. Make sure you know where the like screws are going. Make sure you know. See, this is also a problem. Me hitting the microphone with my head. That might cause some static electricity. Yeah, there you go. 3. And now this little screw that's being a little difficult. Oh shoot. There you go. It's not stripping, but it's just not. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know why that screw was being a little bit of a nuisance, but that's all right. So that's my 4. Hey, how's it going? How's it going? Let's see. So those are the 4 5.8 millimeter screws. I'm putting them right here, and those are these 4 right here. The next thing to do is take out the 4 9.5 millimeter screws, which are on the 4 corners over here. So I'm going to do that. I switched. You switched from YT and got a screw. Oh, you mean I switched from Twitch and I got a Steam Deck? Yes. I switched to YouTube. All right, that's 2. All right, cool. 3 screws. And the 4th screw. And now here's the dangerous piece. So that's 4 screws out. Not this is not the dangerous piece. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little pick, and we're gonna go under the shell, and we're gonna try to like pop it open, right? And you do use this with a pick so you don't accidentally break the shell by trying to claw it open with your nails. Because this pick is plastic, so it won't break the shell or anything. But this is a little generally, yeah, you have to like pry it loose a little bit. These electronics are usually, when they come off the vendor, they're usually very, very well stuck together. All right. Man, I hate doing these parts because I always feel like I'm gonna break this thing. I don't I don't trust my own strength. I don't like sometimes I do this and like I do it too strong and I break it. So I do not trust myself to do this just via my own strength. So I'm going to do this very, very slowly. Yeah, you gotta kind of like pry it apart slowly. Usually going from the trigger sides is the easiest, because there's like always this little space here. I've opened a lot of controllers in my life. I hope I have a permit for those guns. Thank you for noticing the physique. No, I'm just joking. These noodle arms you're talking about. Oh my god. It's like you gotta be careful not to like snap any piece of the back plate either. I got all the 8 screws out. Yeah, I did. Just be very, very careful. Oh, you know what? It's because the top hasn't been pried loose a little bit. The top is completely stuck. There we go. That was what the problem was. You see now the top piece is a little loose. Now I can pry the bottom piece off. And now that the top and the bottom are kind of loose, the side pieces can kind of come off. Man. There. Here we go. I'm getting some progress. There you go. There you go. And let's just put that back down here, because I do not want to get any sort of on this side it's still a little stuck, so we're going to need to put a little leverage and pry this side open. There. And there you go. And here we go. Here are our electronic components. Yeah, I know. I saw the footage for Street Fighter 6, Ryan. It was I saw some cool stuff. Okay, I'm gonna ground myself again before anything else, because now the electronic components are there. If I touch them and I have static electricity on my hands, I could fry out components. So you got to be careful. So unclip the back cover. That's done. Remove the back cover. That's done. Now the next thing is there is some tape right there. I don't know if you guys can see this. I'm afraid to grab this and bring it up. Well, I can do that nicely like this by holding it by its plastic shell, actually. So what you can see is there's actually there's a piece of plastic tape right here, like aluminum foil tape right here, that's hiding a cover, that's hiding a screw. So what you'll want to do is you'll want to do this in a way so that you can reuse this tape, right? So that we can put it back on. You don't want to pull it all the way off. You don't want to rip it or anything like that. So that's why I'm using these tweezers, all right? So that's the next step here. Ground myself again. Oh. Here you go. Perfect. I was able to kind of keep the tape intact, and there's a screw right there, and there's this one 3.4 millimeter screw, which is this shielding screw that I just removed, and then there's two 3.7 millimeter screws, which are on the side over here. So these are distinct screws as well. So again, ground myself. This is the screw for under the shielding, and then we have two screws over here. One screw, and then we have this one other screw right here. Okay, awesome. All right, now let's take this thing apart. You got to remove the dust cover. All right, yeah. Remove the shield, which is this thing right here. And you got to take consideration when you put this back on. There's a fan. There's a fan wire that I just noticed that goes in a very specific place in between this groove right here. So you want to kind of put the yeah, this is literally like surgery. Ground myself again, because the thing is, like, you got to be careful. This is the SSD right here. This little let me pull this up again. This is right here. That's the SSD. It's a 64 gig SSD that I'm going to replace right now with a 512 gig SSD that I have. So what we're going to do is we're going to open up the next SSD. Let's take a look at this. This is our 512 gig SSD. I do this stuff all the time. I just never stream it. Like, I love tinkering. I love doing all these kinds of things. It's like I should just showcase me doing it though, right? Like, why am I just doing it in the comfort of my own home when I can show people? Oh, so I will replace the internal SSD with a 512 gig SSD, and then I'm going to put a 512 gig SD card as well for 1 terabyte of total storage. Look at how nicely this little drive comes. It comes in this little nice. It comes in like this little complete, like, this is pretty awesome. This little thing here, but again, I'm so paranoid on being on carpet that, like, I have any electrostatic charge. So I'm so paranoid in handling any of this. How can I get this out without? There we go. And that is how small the SSD is. That is it. Right? This is SSD. This is the 512 SSD and equivalent size 64 gig SSD right there. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna leave that here for now, and we're going to continue on. So what we need to do first is we need to disconnect the battery so that we don't have any sort of issues with battery. We don't have any sort of issues with the battery charging or discharging while we're doing this, because this can cause problems if you puncture the battery, or if the battery starts discharging while you're changing this. We can cause some problems. There's like a little cord here to pull, so we can pull that, and that should pull the battery out. Let me just make sure that I don't. You know what? Let's use the tweezers to do this. No, that's not going to work. There. So yeah, just pull it away and it just pulls out. Don't stab the heart. Yeah, exactly. Well, the heart's not really the battery, but the battery can explode, so it's like you gotta be careful. Right? Remove the SSD screw. Alright, so this is the SSD screw. Right here. Once we remove it, the SSD will come out at a shallow angle. Awesome. And this screw and that screw are the same actually, so I'll put them right here. And we can now pull out our SSD. You can see that's our SSD here. And it has this little shielding on it. We call this electrostatic shielding. Should be able to slide it off. Yes, perfect. So what this means is, but because I was able to slide this off like that, I can reuse it now on the new one. Awesome. Sometimes you have to unstick it and whatnot, but this was perfect. It was just slid off for me, and that's my old SSD. I should get a GoPro. You know, honestly, I was thinking of doing something like set up this webcam as a second camera, holding it down, like or on this, like right here, and you know, have like one camera on this end, one camera looking downwards, but it's okay. I don't, honestly, afterwards I'm doing a Unity2D stream, and that'll be more of the stream that is normal on this channel. These hardware upgrade things, I like doing them, but that would have been sick, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, no, it would have been sick, but I didn't think about it until after I started doing it. So that's a hindsight is 2020 sort of deal, right? So we're just gonna slide that on the SSD. Slide the shielding back on, and it just like fits exactly because Valve made this fit very, very snugly. Let's see. Let's do it from the opposite side. You don't technically have to shield the SSD. This is just like a precaution step. Pro for show kind of thing. Yeah, not exactly necessary. And the thing is, it's like I do eventually want to turn this into like a content thing, like where I can take these live streams and make videos out of them. So I do want to be able to have multiple camera angles eventually. It's just not something that didn't really come through my mind right away. So what I'm gonna do, since this is actually being a little the shielding is being a little being a little finicky, I'm going to unstick it and stick it back around. So you'll see the shielding actually has a little bit of a sticky piece right here. So you can really like unstick it. Yeah. That's the thought process of these streams later on. Multiple camera angles and just the ability to kind of just okay, let me see this. I just want to make sure that we're putting we're putting it in the shielding in the right order. Nope, we're not. It's got to be this way. Right? So now with the shielding on, right? So the shielding has now been put on the new SSD. I unstuck it and I stuck it around this new SSD. I can now place the SSD into the slot. at that same shallow angle that it came up at. Just slide it right in there. Put it down. Hold on, ground myself one more time. Hopefully I didn't fry any of these components. It didn't feel like I did, but humans carry an electrical charge that you don't know of, so like we don't have the capacity to understand our own electrical charge, so hopefully I didn't fry anything. All right. Let's put this SSD in here. Now I have a 64 gig SSD if I need to use it. Always keep your spare parts just in case, because you never know. So yeah, now let's go back through the steps. You know what I'm doing? Like literally, if you see me during the stream, I'm constantly touching. There's like a little metal piece right here on my desk that's completely grounded that I just keep constantly touching, just because I am so paranoid. I've done so many of these things. I've never had any issue with static electricity charging or anything like that. But I know the dangers. I've heard horror stories, so yeah, I definitely understand. Okay, so now we put the battery back in. All right, there. Oh, the Steam Deck. Once I put the battery back in, the Steam Deck's lights lit up. So that what that means is, that's a good sign. That means that there's no issues with with power or anything. So that's good. Next step is our shield. We're gonna put that back on. Our shield, and you gotta be careful with the camera, with the fan wire again. Remember, I kind of stated where exactly it's sat, so you want to make sure that you keep that fan wire in that same position. And we can start screwing this down as well. Fan wire in that position. Yeah. Perfect. Start screwing these down. Put this back. And the funniest thing is, I already, for anybody just joining me, I already have the operating system ready to be re-imaged. Oh, should touch that. Felt a little bit of a charge, I think. Okay, so that's these screws, yeah. But yeah, after I already have a USB ready with the SteamOS image. I used to make my own computers. Yeah, take no chances. RAM is actually specifically volatile to static electricity. I mean, all computer parts are really, but anything memory related, hard drives, SSDs and stuff, they're all like very, very volatile to static electricity. All right. All right, awesome. Now we can plug that back up. Plug that bad boy back up. That's taped. Now, before we, I'm gonna put the back shell on, but before I screw it in, I'm gonna test to see if it's working. I'm gonna test to see if it boots up, and we're gonna go through the process of actually. We're gonna go through the process of actually re-imaging it before we put on the back screws. Does anybody know why I would want to do that? Before I put on the back screws, why I'm going to image it and make sure everything's working first? Just think about why I would put on the back plate, but I wouldn't put on the screws yet. Okay, back plate's on. Let's do what we need to do now. We're going to put in our dock. I'm gonna put it in our dock. Yeah, just in case I need to open it back up for whatever reason. Exactly. There's no point in putting the shell on, it screws in, and then things go wrong. Like something's wrong, right? Like I can just pop the shell back off without putting the screws in. It removes some time. Where's the Steam Deck? It's right here. I wish I had an extension cord here. All right, let's look down. Over here, reassemble your device, reverse order. To recover, reimage your Steam OS. I already have reimage Steam OS on a USB somewhere here. Where is it? It's right here. I already put Steam OS on this USB. And then that'll go in here. Look at my PC. I don't even close my PC, right? Like my PC sits right here. This is always open. I never close it. I never like screw it down because like there's no point. Like what if I want to open it up and upgrade things? What if I want to do something? Like what if I dust it every week? So it's like why screw it down and have to unscrew it every week? Right? So nah. Thanks, Cam, for the sub. No Windows, man. Screw that. Windows isn't meant for a device like this. Windows OS operating system doesn't function for devices like this. Not well, anyways. You have a fear it's gonna fall and hit your head? Oh man, why? I needed to think this through a little bit better. Because I need to plug this in. I need to plug this dock in so that this works. But I won't be able to show this unless I like change my camera angle a little bit. Okay. So it looks like it's powering successfully. Here, let me change my camera angle a little bit. And also we need to enter recovery mode on the Steam Deck. So how do we enter recovery mode on the Steam Deck? We boot it up by holding the volume down button and click the power button. When you hear a chime, let go of the volume down button. You will be booted into Boot Manager. Right, let's take a look. I'm gonna put my camera down this way. This is gonna be a little awkward. So power and volume down button. Once you hear the chime, let go of the volume down button, you will be booted into Boot Manager. Okay, that's weird. Oh, the screen will go dark as it's booting. Give it a minute. Oops. That's how it fell off last time when I was trying to plug it in, and I caught it. You guys missed that earlier in the stream, but like I was trying to charge it, and it slid off my desk, and I caught it. All right. Let's just wait. In the Boot Manager.
So this is clearly not the right thing. So hold the, so let's power it off. Power's volume down. This is what I'm doing. Power volume down. I hear a chime, I like to go volume down. That is the volume down button.
Let me look up a video on how to actually do this, because sometimes the instructions are a little vague. Enter Steam Deck recovery. Plug in your flash drive, shut down your Steam Deck, and then press the power down button while holding the volume down button. Let go of the volume down button. This process will turn your device to open. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I've already done that.
It's weird. Do I have to not be charging it? Oh, okay. Default boot missing? Yeah, there we go. We got a thing. Okay. Insert recovery media, hit any key. Let's select boot manager and choose. Okay, I'm hitting any key. Insert recovery media. There. Oh, there we go. We are in a desktop environment now, finally. Look at that. Nice. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to choose. Okay, so video didn't help me at all, so screw that. Let's go back to this. What do we want to choose? We want boot from boot manager, boot from our device here, our EFI USB device. And then give it a minute. The screen will go black and then give it a minute. So there we go. So everything seems like it's going to be good. It looks like successful upgrade. So let's just hope that the boot and everything works no problem. And once that's done, I just throw in the last couple screws and then we're done. It took about 40 minutes, but I was explaining the process the entire time too. So it probably would have took me myself around 20 minutes to do this. Not bad. So this is going to take a while, apparently. Booting from your USB device takes a little while. It says the screen will go dark while it's booting. Give it a minute. And I can still see the light on, so that means it is still on. So. Oh, I see a desktop environment. I see a little cursor there. Progress. We have progress. It says once booted, you will be in a desktop environment. You can navigate using the trackpad and trigger. So once we're fully booted up, we'll be able to use the trackpad and trigger to re-image Steam Deck. So it's still booting. Still give it a. You can see like there's like a thing here. Man, this actually does take a while. Let me. Just look up Reddit and stuff. It says the black screen can last upwards of 20 minutes depending on the speed of the thing you're booting off of. Okay, yeah, see? Okay, so what happened is like now the cursor or reoriented itself properly. So the thing is just taking a while to boot. Oh, there we go. We're in a desktop environment. Re-image Steam Deck. That's what we want to do. This action will re-image the Steam Deck. This will permanently destroy all the data and reinstall. Proceed. Is having a little bit more of a understanding of how fast this thing works, or like some sort of progress on it, the reimage would be nice. Do I just restart it after? There's like no. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Oh, there we go. And there we go. This is this thing isn't actually a very hard upgrade. That was it was a lot easier than I expected. And now I have another M2 SSD right in here, the 64 gig one. Let's put all my tools away. Well, actually not all of them. Let's put everything except for my screwdriver away because I still need to screw some screws in. But yeah, we're almost all done here, and we're gonna do a couple more things, and then I'll take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back with the Unity stream with Cam. Yeah, we just gotta wait this out. This process takes a little while, but like, I think this is nice to kind of do this on a live stream rather than like have an edited video, because people can accurately see the time it took me to do everything. I know I was explaining it while I was doing it, but like, you guys can kind of accurately see what happened rather than me editing out any issues, right? This thing is I'm so excited about this. Once this is fully upgraded and everything, now I have a 512 gig Steam Deck. Just like that. I didn't have to spend for the total price of basically the mid-tier Steam Deck. Not even, like, it's even cheaper than the mid-tier Steam Deck a little bit. So that's and with an SD card and the dock and this like little new tool set I bought and screen protector, all of that comes out to be like basically similar price to the most expensive version of the Steam Deck. So it's like a win-win to kind of do this, especially if you know what you're doing. Now, I would say that if you're not comfortable with electronics, you don't understand about electrostatic charge, what's the difficulties with that, and how to make sure that your components don't get fried, I would not recommend doing it. But hey, if you feel like you have the skills necessary to actually get this done, why not, right? Yeah, this is gonna take a while because my USB itself is a very, very slow USB. Thanks for everybody joining, by the way. I really appreciate it. It's anybody joining and chatting, it definitely helps me get more viewers, more the algorithm getting me gives me a chance for the algorithm to actually see me and put me out in front of other users or other people, right? So while this is happening, I'm gonna be right back. We'll let the process kind of like showcase the entire thing. But I think I'm gonna step away from my computer while we're waiting for this to happen. So what I'll do is I will try to make this in the best possible way where it won't fall. Easiest to see for you guys. Yeah, see, this is the problem. This is the problem. Anytime I try to like put this in a position where you guys can see it, it'll slide. So honestly, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just go. I'm gonna go to the be right back screen. Yeah, you came in exactly when it almost fell off my desk and I caught it. This keeps happening because like the way that my room is structured and I don't have any plugs underneath my desk right now available, so it's like I can't put it in a good position. So I gotta keep an eye on this thing. But we're gonna go to the be right back screen, and I will yeah, once this is all done, I'll be right back, and we'll go over the re-image Steam Deck, add the SD card, try to get finish screwing in the final screws, and then try to get Street Fighter 6 working. And once that's all said and done, we're ready to design a mobile game. All right. So yeah, I'll be right back in like 15-20 minutes. This should hopefully be done by then. Let me update what's up next. Up next is our... What is going to be up next? It's going to be our Steam Deck re-image and accessories. All right, cool. We're gonna go into our be right back soon. All right, yeah, I'll be right back, guys.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Just I was doing a little bit of. Hold on. Let me just make sure that you guys can hear. Not too loud though, but and I was just noticing that. Nope, that's not it. I wanna add some filters to my mic because I noticed that there's a lot of noise while I was checking it downstairs, and I wonder if it has. You can just only add like regular filters here. We can't add any sort of noise gating. That's okay. I'll figure that out later. So for a later stream, I gotta figure out how to get the little bit of a hiss out of my microphone. I could just turn down my mic, but I've noticed that it also makes it hard to hear on the replays. So I gotta always keep figuring out new things for this. All right. Anyways, so we are re-imaged. Everything's correctly fitting. So I'm gonna choose English. We're gonna move down to Eastern. Oh, go back for a second. Yeah, there. Log into my Wi-Fi. All right, connecting to my Wi-Fi. All right, cool. All right, we're back to the big whirling. Okay, I'm gonna take this back off. Don't wanna. We're back to the huge. We're back to the installing of Steam and the hissing. So yeah, let's just wait that out. While we're waiting that out, our next install is going to be this micro SD card. Let's grab my scissors and just cut it open. Here it is, micro SD card. I mean, we could take out the attachment as well, but this attachment thing, I usually don't even use these things. I have a ton of them. They're for bigger SD readers if you don't need to use a micro SD card. But I believe that this slot is for. Wait, is this slot for the bigger SD card? Oh man, don't tell me this is the wrong SD card. Yeah, no, it's not. No, it's the right SD card. It's okay. All right. Well, still waiting on the install here. Oh, should probably close these things that on the side over here. I just realized I still have my display capture on. Let me turn that off.
All right. Wait for this to kind of. All right. We have that kind of. All right. Still just waiting out here on the reinstall. It rebooted now. But yeah, a successful upgrade, which is pretty good. Now we'll see if I can get Street Fighter 6 working on it. And once that's done, we'll probably maybe also install Hades or something. But yeah, now I'll have 1 terabyte of total storage on this thing. Oh yeah, I forgot. I also have my screen protector. We can install this as well. These are usually pretty easy to install. But you know what? First things first. Everything's working. Everything's good to go. Turn the Steam Deck off. Can I just power it off like that? Yeah, okay. So turn the Steam Deck off. Turn it around. And let's finish our job here. So first we have our four 9.5 millimeter screws that go around the edge. The next one. Again, I do not recommend doing this unless you actually know what you're doing. Do not, this is something that Valve has partnered with iFixit to make the Steam Deck repairable as possible. So I am confident in my ability to constantly be repairing this thing. Do not, if you are not confident in your ability to open and repair tech items, please do not do so yourself. You're going to void your warranty, and you're not going to be able to fix what you did to it. So, just as a disclaimer, I've been doing this work I've been doing work like this for over 10 years. It's been quite a while. So I understand working with electrical components and technology very, very well. I am a programmer as well. So I feel confident in doing these things. Make sure I'm just I'm just putting it back. I'm just putting it back together. Everything's working properly. So putting it back together, and then I'm going to install Street Fighter 6 on it. The demo, try to get it running. Install Hades on it, try to get it running. Hades, I think, will run right away. Street Fighter 6 demo will probably require some finessing because it was crashing when I was trying it on the fresh Steam Deck that was just installed. But yeah, now that everything's kind of working, it's booted up. Yeah, it came out 5 days after. That's what I was playing on. That's what I was streaming on. I don't have a PS5. How do you think I was playing the demo? It's on Steam. I don't have any console. Well, Switch. Switch is the only console I have. Oh yeah, true. But hey, whatever.
The demo could be like a completely stripped down version that actually has nothing available. You know, not a version that's kind of locked. Do you get what I mean? And if they do it that way, then there's nothing to mine. More companies should be doing stuff like that. I don't understand why they don't. All right, so yeah, let's boot it back up. Now everything is back in place. I have bigger nightmare to deal with at the end of development. What's the bigger nightmare to deal? Why didn't it turn on now? It was just on. Let me plug it in. Ugh. Right. It seems like I need to charge it off to the side. Hey, we made all these things, now make us we delete everything that's not included. Yeah, I mean that is true. Yeah, see, it's like it needs to do some reinstall or something. So when I was installing Steam or whatever, it just I guess it didn't install properly when I turned it off to image it back. So it needs to do something while it's plugged in. So it's doing that down there. But yeah, I would agree that that would probably be a little bit of a nightmare. But if you want to protect your game as much as possible, and you don't want people to tinker with it, because the internet will do what the internet will do, right? You don't. There's no way around that. So you got to protect yourself, right? Like there will always be people trying to like break whatever you make. Try to bring you down whatever you're doing, or like yeah. I mean, it is what it is. You have to move in a certain way if you didn't want it to get leaked. And honestly, at this point, Capcom is so big that like a leak is bound to happen because like internal employees might tell their family members who tell other people that eventually, and then you can't figure out who told what, where did that come from, right? It's super hard. Oh, there we go. Oh, need to turn right off. I wonder. Something's happening. When I unplug it, it turns right off. Even though it's saying it's at high battery. Yeah, that's true as well. I agree. But you can always just start development like that with people on a need to know basis. You don't have to, it doesn't have to become that, you know? scissors to open this thing up. Yeah, see, it's on over there. It's on down there. It's just whenever I unplug it, it turns off. Even though it's saying it has how much battery? Yeah, even though it's saying it has quite a bit of battery. That's true. I mean, the only way around it is like building a game with like 2-3 people, and you know only you 2-3 people know what's going on about the game. You know. Let me Google this as well. There's a lot of issues about this actually. Okay, let me log into Steam here. Yeah, exactly. If you're doing a AAA game, you don't even announce it until you're ready to get everything leaked. Like, just because of the frenzy around games that are clamored for and that can become like, you know, these kind of things that people start waiting for, right? When that happens, there becomes like a demand for information about this thing, and if there's demand for something, people will find a way to supply it. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like, yeah, you're right. That would be the thing. Yeah, exactly. If there's demand for something, somebody will. If there's demand for information about something, somebody will supply it. Even if there's demand for anything, somebody will supply it. And you know, for games, when they're in their announcement phase and stuff, the demand for information about them is really, really high, and that's why there's so much kind of like there's so much like this culture around leaking and stuff, right? People dying for the information, yeah. I wonder how I warped this. Why it's working fine when I plug it in, but if I unplug, it will turn right off. And it was working without the screws, so something tells me one of these screws went in incorrectly and is messing something up. Or it could be a BIOS thing. I need to I mean, it was off battery and it was right here with me. Turn it on. Oh. The way I turned it off probably did something, actually. Alright. Somebody said ship into BIOS. Nothing is solved by contacting them. So replug battery cable and the problem is fixed. Oh, okay. I had a feeling that the battery cable wasn't snug in properly. But it looked like it was working when I booted it up and I unplugged it, so maybe it got jostled on the way on me screwing these things back in. So unfortunately, back open we go. that makes the most sense. The battery cable is loose, so therefore the battery cannot boot this thing. Oh shoot, these screws are a little... These screws need a little bit of a bigger head here. There we go. Easily take these out. After this is done, I'm going to install the screen protector, the SD card, get Street Fighter 6 running on this because I've seen people running it at 60 frames per second in the versus mode. So as long as I can get that running, I will be happy. Let us do this one more time. This should be a little bit easier now because it's not factory sealed. Yeah, see? See how much easier it comes up like now? The battery cable for sure is the problem here. Because I also kind of doubted myself I put it in properly when I was doing it. I'm like, that looks okay. And then I went, but in the back of my mind I was like, maybe I should check the battery cable. Always go with your gut instincts. Always go with your gut instincts. Right. Yeah, the top piece is up. And the bottom piece now, well, side piece. I hate that this is so hard to actually pry open. But, I mean, it's a good thing as well, because it feels more sturdy when it's closed. However, getting this thing back open is kind of a nightmare. Without breaking it. Try not to like put too much pressure on any specific part. Like there's this thing right here that can open up. There we go. That's what I want to hear. There we go. There we go. There we go. And yeah, if you take a look, the battery's kind of sideways. So, unfortunately, this requires me to remove all these other screws as well.
The battery wire has been kind of manipulated and pushed sideways. All right, let us remove this again. Let's remove this again. And I can see the battery cable is not plugged in properly. So I will push that in. And I can see it just turned on. Like, now if I'm gonna just press the power button. Made a sound. Okay, cool. I think it purposefully doesn't turn on when it's like this, when it doesn't have a shield on it or anything. But it made a sound. So let's put the shield back on, and let's try to test it on. Test it. Oh, I hear it on in the background. It turned itself on. All right. That is a little concerning. Let me just see if it's on. Yes, it is on. Uh-oh. All right. I didn't want to do that. Can I turn it off again? This is a very, very precarious situation to be in. Okay, the fan is off. Has it been turned off? Yes, it's turned off. Oh man, that was pretty thing. The fan started whirling and I'm like, oh my god, it's on right now. I'm not nervously sweating for you. Right. It turned itself on. It literally, I knew the battery wire wasn't in properly. I was just a dummy and I was like, it'll be okay. This is why you have to like really, really like, I wouldn't have made this mistake if I wasn't streaming, honestly. But hey, it's good for content, right? Somebody should clip this and share it around. Watch me void my Steam Deck warranty. I should make YouTube live videos off of this. I mean, sorry, YouTube short videos off of this. Clip random 60-second clips that are funny. And then I'll make YouTube shorts out of them. There we go. Now, again. That's good, good, good. Put that on. And before we even clip it on, power it on. Look, we were powered on. The issue again was the battery wire was little jostled. It wasn't completely nestled in. So it's like
when I clipped this back on and I started like playing it, eventually the battery wire kind of messed up. So verifying installation. The main issue is it's like because it keeps turning off and on, you have to verify installation. But now we're back at the screen. So with the battery on. So what this means is I can clip this bad boy back on and we should be okay. Should be not okay not to like just completely it's like it's funny. A lot of people would be like, "Oh man, the confidence you have working with a new completely new electronic." It's like, yeah, I know. I would be crying. I'd be crying if I broke it, but that's also good for content too, right? That's another thing that people would watch, right? They'd watch me cry over me breaking my Steam Deck. Boom. All right, so with this done, I should probably shut it down the proper way, which is I think there's like a menu option to shut down. Whatever, that's fine. That's the Steam library, this quick access button. Here's the power button, over here's the volume button. Micro SD slot, okay. So micro SD slot is the next thing we do. Get this thing open. These packagings are always so annoying. We're gonna throw this in here. Gotta like press it in. There, it's in. Now we're going to see if you can see the micro SD slot. Oh yeah, you can see it here actually. System, up to date, SD card, format SD card, confirm, because we have to make sure that it's formatted for whatever the Steam Deck is, whatever system it needs to be. I don't know. Got myself another coffee too because I'm a sicko like that. I'm drinking 2 coffees today. Yeah, let's leave that be. Let's let that run for a little bit. But Cam, it was a success. Everything looks good. You didn't have to nervously sweat for me. Man. Let's do this. Okay, cool. SD card has been formatted. Everything looks good. Now what we can do is I'm going to go back. Okay, let's go back. Let's go to the demo of Street Fighter 6 and install. And you can see now. Look at how much memory I have. One terabyte of memory. All right, cool. So while that's also downloading, let's add Hades. Okay, so those 2 things are downloading.
Oh, see, like all of these things need to download, right? So, um, I want to make sure that I have everything downloaded. And see, this is the problem. I didn't have all these other things downloaded, like the Proton and all this other stuff. So I do need to make sure that I have all of this stuff downloaded so that I can select the specific thing that I need to use. So if I go into here, I can search for Proton. Yeah, you see like all these Proton. They're all in my library. All right, cool. So everything looks like it will be downloaded. We just have to wait for it. I was saying everything's working properly, and I was like, you didn't have to sweat for me, but like, thank you for sweating. um, it was literally what I thought. It was the battery wire that I slightly didn't push in properly. I was and I was saying that good for content either way though. Like, what if it broke on me? It's like me crying on stream about a broken stream deck is good for content either way, right? Make YouTube shorts out of it. But yeah, like now it's just downloading everything. I downloaded Hades. I'm downloading. I'm gonna download Street Fighter 6 demo again. I'm gonna download all these versions of Proton, whatever that is. Transferring game files on local network from device. Oh, that's pretty cool. So what it's actually doing is instead of downloading the game, it's transferring it from my local area network. Do you see that? That's actually a pretty awesome feature. So, while this is happening, and this isn't recommended, but honestly, oh, yeah, see, that's why it's not recommended, because this will happen. I wonder if I can put it in like sleep mode or something. Okay, there you go. That's in sleep mode now. That's weird. That was pretty funny. I turned it off, but it was still like scrolling. Okay, before I put these back on, let's turn it back on. Does it turn back on? Okay, cool. It does. And does it keep downloading? No, it doesn't. Okay. We'll do that in a moment. Yeah, that is pretty cool. I didn't know it actually did that. Like, it'll just transfer from your local area network rather than download it again, which is pretty cool. But the thing is, like, sometimes my download speeds are faster than my internal network speeds. I think so, at least. But let me double check that. All right. That what happened there? I thought I heard something when I screwed that one in. No, that's okay. You know, it was probably just
it clicking back in properly. Okay, that's good. Okay, that's good. And now the last 4 cables. Last 4 screws, sorry. 1. I've opened and closed this thing 3 times today. Well, 2 times today. But there we go. And there we go. All right. Cool. And the battery's working just fine. So, again, the main issue was I knew myself, like, I didn't press the battery in properly, but hey, it sometimes those ribbon cables can be a little bit annoying. As you can see though, this transferring takes a little bit of takes a little while. So let's stop transfer. Let's actually just download it. Downloading is a little faster because I have a faster download speed than my network speed. But hey, if you could just leave your Steam Deck kind of charging all day, it could just transfer your games from your desktop library to your transfer the games that you've downloaded in your desktop already to your Steam Deck, which is pretty cool. Getting some messages. All right, cool. So let's close this down. The SD card is now installed. Just put my tools away. Don't need these anymore. Let's look at the screen protector now. So it's just one of these standard screen protectors that comes with two screen protectors, and it comes with like a case to help install it, and this little plastic bubbles thing. Very cool. This is the next thing to do. Yeah, I can leave it in here actually. It'll be okay to install the screen protector like this. This is still downloading, but I will just turn it on. Turn it off for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install this screen protector now. Just because I do want to make sure I do not need to replace the screen, even though there is a guide on how to do it, and I would be confident in replacing it. I would rather not. Let's see. Is it just like a standard, oh, put this on, put that on. Oh, this doesn't even. Right, whatever. Let's see. So first, like always, you wanna take off all dust and wipe down the screen. So take this little cloth here.
little wet wipe. Wipe down the screen. Wipe down the screen. All right. Take your microfiber cloth, clean it off, get any sort of, try to get any sort of residue off. Do I notice any dust on it? Not really. Looks pretty free of dust, so I don't really need to use the dust sticker. Does this thing have dust on it? These things sometimes have dust on them. And I believe that this thing goes here. Like you go like this and you place it on like that. That makes sense. So in doing so, I should probably take this out of the deck, because alright, so the thought process of these things is usually you place the mask in here, and then you place this over on top. Oh, jeez. Usually there's a way to hinge these though, so that they don't, it doesn't, yeah, usually there's a way to hinge these so that when it sits in here, it will exactly, oh, I understand. It's just supposed to be a guard. This thing didn't come with any instructions. It just, it's just straight up like, here are the things that you need. I mean, it's just a standard screen protector, but normally they like, you put stickers on the side and you hinge it forward so that it places exactly. But I guess that's what this is for. Okay. Clean the front of the screen. I'm gonna unpeel the back. And that's what you get here, and we're going to place that right by the guard. And put it down. Put it down. Put it straight down past the guard. Like, it's not, oh damn it. Did I put it on properly? Yes, I did. Now I just have to pull the bubbles. Just have to like kind of push out the bubbles. Unfortunately, this one didn't line up properly, like right away, so there's no bubbles immediately, but it looks easy enough to push out all of them. Yeah. It's easy enough to push out all these bubbles. Yeah, just hold that down, push out these bubbles. Ooh. Oh man, there's a big bubble on the bottom now. That's not going away. It's getting smaller though. Let me replace it. Let me do it the way that without this guard. I mean, it's right exactly on the edges. It's just
it bubbled up. The guard it prevented it from kind of sticking immediately, so it left a bubble. That's all right. I think with time, this bubble will eventually go. It's just screen protector's guard was a little off, but it's all right. I have another one too to use if I wanted to just try to reapply it and get it without any bubble, but if you keep doing this, eventually the bubble will go away. It's just tedious and annoying. I've worked with a lot of screen protectors for cell phones, and I've had to do this before. Just press out the bubbles. This bubble's getting smaller, but let me try doing it this way. Let's try repositioning, pressing down like we're supposed to get a consistent. Yeah. And there we go, no more bubbles. Now we just need to wipe this down. Alright, doesn't look the prettiest, but there's like a little tiny bubble right there. That's okay. Yeah, I just needed to protect my screen. I don't wanna end up replacing the screen again. Like, you can't even see it with it on. Do you see that bubble? It's right there, but I bet you can't see it because I can't even see it when I look at it. Like, I can barely notice it. It's like right there where it says Proton 07. Ugh. The glare on the screen, you probably can't see it, but yeah, I don't really see the bubble that much. So yeah, that's okay. All right, Hades is downloading. It's almost done. Let's wait. Let's test Hades out on it because Hades is known to work. And then let's download everything else that you need. All these things. Proton 7. Proton Experimental. All right, Hades is downloaded. Now it's installing. It's just installing it now. And I think Hades is going to run really nicely on this. This is like I run it on my Nintendo Switch and I love it, but it's probably going to run even better on this thing. Everything feels nice on this console. Like, It all feels very, very high quality. Even these joysticks, they're technically supposed to be like, um, not the greatest. But hey, let's all right. Hades is completed. Let's take a look. We're gonna go ahead and play Hades. It says make a selection to launch Hades, so we can try it in two different ways, Vulkan or DirectX. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try Vulkan, which is more, I think more, which is better generally for the Steam Deck. It's launching right now. You can see, starting launch. This game will use the official layout. Why is it taking so long to launch this thing? Is it because I chose Vulkan? Maybe if I... Yeah, so choosing DirectX made it launch quicker. Now let's see. Awesome. Let's turn up the volume on this thing. Let me turn down the volume on my desktop so you guys don't have like competing audio here. But yeah, Hades is looking pretty good. I have my cloud-based saves. Not yet. Street Fighter 6 is still downloading, but
I think I learned something back there.
Hades is looking really good. Running really well.
That won't work here.
The house is in order.
Yeah. It's running really well. I could probably put this through my... Yeah, the cloud save is super convenient. So yeah, like, I have everything here.
Coronatungas.
Come on, boyos. Let's see you do it. Oh, yeah. What do you need there, pal?
That ought to liven things up.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's looking pretty good. Alright, your attack inflicts doom.
More bloodshed then.
Yeah, it feels nice. It feels really nice, actually. I wonder if I can go straight back to the Steam Deck. Okay, yeah. So we have even a console overlay menu, like Steam OS overlay menu, right? Which is pretty cool. You can open up other like menus here. It's like the Steam overlay. You can probably... you can even report a bug directly in from here. What's cool is like we have this kind of performance menu that has like all these kind of options. Where it's like notifications of on your Steam Deck, what's finished downloading, what's currently downloading, your friends list, some quick settings. Pretty cool menu. Alright, let's see if we can go back to Steam. Let's see. Oh, okay. Cool. Okay, let's. Okay, it's transferring pretty quickly. Street Fighter 6 demo at least. 11 minutes remaining to transfer the Street Fighter 6 demo. So yeah, we downloaded everything, and Street Fighter 6 is the last thing to download. So let's wait for this to finish, and we can try to see if we can get Street Fighter 6 running. And once that's done, take a break, and we'll return. If you're down at that point, Cam, around 2-ish maybe, a little after 2, because I'll probably go grab my food at that time. But yeah, Street Fighter 6 demo downloading. Waiting for this to kind of. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, so yeah, it'll be probably. You missed the unboxing. That's okay. You can scrub back to the beginning if you'd like. Yeah, I there was a couple of close calls with things that happened. Who is this, by the way, if you don't mind me asking? Funny name, Fluffaluffagus. Oh, Rod. Thanks for stopping by. Just waiting for the Street Fighter 6 demo to download now. If you'd like to subscribe to me, I wouldn't mind that either. I think he started scrubbing back through the video to see to see the unboxing. Oh, I can. Oh, this is one of my favorite songs in Shovel Knight. Oh. Let's play it again. I like a lot of 8-bit music. When people are given a very like kind of limited way of a limited way of creating something, it usually brings out really cool concepts and cool work. Sometimes constraining yourself can give you a jolt of inspiration. Thank you. Have I seen any chiptune concerts? Unfortunately not. I'm not like a big enough nerd to go to a chiptune concert. Honestly, I don't go to any concerts. I haven't gone to a concert in a long time. Like, it's been, I don't know, since like I was 18, 19. That was the last time I went to a concert. What? Yeah, quite a while. It's been I don't want to age myself, but yeah, it's been quite a while. I hope I can get Street Fighter 6 running now, because that's like that's the real test. That's the real reason why I wanted this thing to play Street Fighter 6. So I need to be able to get it to run. But even if it doesn't, it's okay. There's so much more that's running on this thing that I'll have my fun with it either way. Man. 7 minutes left on Street Fighter. I wonder if I just download it, if it will be faster. Oh yeah, it is faster if I just download it. Let's see what's happening on Discord. Yes, I will definitely do that as well. Maybe later down the line. And I probably wouldn't stream me doing that. For the implications that come with it, right? $30 left, and we can try messing around with Street Fighter 6 again. By next stream, I will have this docked and running through my capture card, so that like whenever I need to, I can just dock it and run it through my capture card and stream what's happening on my Steam Deck as well, right? Like I can play it like that, but it's docked through my capture card so that you guys can see the Steam Deck screen as well. That'll be for the next stream though. I don't know if I'm gonna set that up right now. Oh, Street Fighter demo downloaded. Awesome. Got the Street Fighter demo downloaded. Oh, nice. Look. It's actually launching now. So that was a problem. Remember what I was telling you about there was a Steam Deck issue with low storage if you didn't have enough storage, and the OS requires a certain amount of storage on your hard drive anyways. So if you didn't have enough storage, things like this might not run properly. So this possibly would have worked if I installed the SD card right away without hot swapping the hard drive. But yeah, now we just have to wait for it all to install properly. But yeah, it looks like it will probably work because I've seen people running it and they said that it was running fine. So I was just concerned that my Steam Deck didn't want to run it. But it makes no sense. Everybody's hardware is the same, right? So you got to make sure it's got to run on everybody's thing. Let's turn off the audio here for us, and I'm gonna turn up the audio here for you guys. while I kind of like have it shifted at the camera. Oh. Something's happening where it's like Hades is running in the background at the same time. There we go. So that was a funny little thing that happened. You had Hades running in the background at the same time as I was trying to run this. Oh, there's a little weird issue there with the RE logo, with the RE engine logo. Perform shader warming on game startup. You can adjust this setting later. Yes. So it's just gonna compile the shaders every time an update happens and whatnot, just so that if it's easier for the CPU to run this game. So let's just I'm gonna kind of just leave that here for now. Let's wait. While we're waiting, I'm gonna turn my BRB screen to what we're doing next. Me and Cam are designing a mobile game. We're designing a mobile game with like with monetization. Oops, don't look at my belly. We're doing more. We're doing a mobile game with monetization and just a small 2D kind of infinite runner sort of deal. Well, I don't know. We'll see what the design is, but like it's meant for like ease of updating and a lot of specific things to try to like make like a mobile game that people will want to play. It's not so hard to develop, and it's easy to kind of update. There's a lot of there's a lot of things that we can think about to do this, but yeah, the general thought is we're going to build another 2D sort of infinite runner maybe or something like that along that lines. So we don't know where exactly we're going, but we're gonna start a design of a game. That's what we're gonna do. So yeah, we got Street Fighter 6 here. It's running. Not bad as well. Feels pretty good. I'm not gonna even try World Tour mode because I hear it's like just it won't run at all, or if it does run, it's gonna run really poorly. But yeah, look, it's actually like very nice. I'm impressed. And what I'm gonna do actually, before we do anything, is to get like the best settings. Uncrowded, I mean, all these settings are kind of like they've already been set. All right, cool. Let's see if I can run it at. When's the Ryan versus Hisham stream? When the game comes out and we can actually do it, right? Right, it's like it's looking pretty good.
Time to select the stage. Now that we know our stage, it's time to select the characters.
I'm gonna do modern controls. Let's see how modern controls feel. Cause I can do like
The battle is just seconds away.
one more a month. Right. Yeah, it's looking good.
We're in for
It's-
something
it's-
special right here, right now.
It's playing nicely, like very nicely. I'm
The
impressed.
fight's now underway. This is Vicious with the play-by-play. Player one is the life lead. Can they exploit this advantage? Starts off zoning with fireballs. Knockdown. This
I'm
is
trying to like
the
play
phase
it this
of
way.
which
Let me
our
play it this way,
antagonist
so you guys can kind of see it in the camera.
Player one creates a good corner, hits a big gamble, and rips out a raw super. Closes out the round
So
with
yeah,
a
it's running really well actually.
picks up the first round. That'll give them a psychological advantage.
I honestly I don't care.
Goes for the jump in to start.
It's not like
Up until now. And
like
everything from here on
there's a
out.
lot of cool things that it'll allow for.
Counter. Not off and keeps going.
Yeah, it'll definitely help people pick up the game. And honestly, like for certain characters, it might be like worth it to use it.
That's not gonna hit. The super doesn't hit.
Oop.
Breaks the block.
But yeah, like if it's feeling like it's 60 frames per second and everything.
All that's needed to finish the round. What's going to happen here in the latter half of this round?
Oh, you know what?
What could next?
So I think I can do like a.
Slugging it out at this range. Player one needs to use the front of the corner here. Knockdown and
Oh, how do you do like a super?
player one
I don't know.
brings it home.
Anyways, that was good.
Off the street.
Hey, you don't actually know that because some people are saying one button supers or like two button supers and just the ease of reaction on certain things might make modern controls very good for certain people. Like you might have the most fundamental beast playing a modern control Ryu. He doesn't give a crap that a couple of normals are gone, and he just plays the fundamental Ryu game, and you just can't get in on him. And I can see that happening. Like I feel like I would do that. You know, like I might do that if my reaction time on anti-airing is so much better, it becomes from like I anti-air maybe like 60% to like 90%. That's worth it to me. That might be worth it to me. So yeah, this is actually surprisingly good. It's running so well. I'm very happy that this all worked out. And yeah, it was awesome. So yeah, Ryan, do you wanna join in on this stream too? Well, I don't think it'll change the competitive scene. Honestly, the people who are good at the skills will still be good at the skills. It's just you just have now option to you just now have the option to kind of like expand play styles. Like certain people who didn't think that they had the ability to play a fighting game because of dexterity requirements now have the ability to do it, right? Now for Tekken's a little different of a beast because of the way that it's kind of designed and whatnot. I don't think that dexterity requirement is ever going to be completely removed from Tekken because of the way that, well, Tekken feels like you have to know a lot more. Even though it's very similar to um, the mobile game, Ryan. I was just saying like we can have like what we're gonna do is we're gonna jump in a Discord call and I'm gonna keep streaming, right? So we'll develop the game on the stream, right? So it's gonna be probably at like 2:30. I'm gonna take a break for an hour, go get something to eat, all that stuff. But yeah, Tekken is really hard, but the only reason why it's hard is because of um, again, the same sort of fighting game issues that most fighting games have. It's not really that hard when you get down to it. It's just overwhelming information, overwhelming amount of information. Yeah, it is the time that you put into it. It's also the way that yeah, and but the thing is, it's like those 100 moves in one character. You're really only using like 6 or 7 of them if you're like starting out. You don't want to use all 100 moves, right? The 100 moves, and the thing is like 10 of them are useful most of the time, and then it's like all the rest of them are completely situational, right? So it's like you have to really understand what's useful and what's not, and all of these things, and it's so much information overload in Tekken's sense that even though I know how fighting games play and I understand the rhythm and ebb and flow of a fighting game, I can't get into Tekken because there's just it's like analysis paralysis on all the different options given, and you know there's a little bit of a give and take depending on the user, right? The person that wants to play the game. I like Street Fighter and I like 2D fighting games a little bit more, just for the strict fact of the tool set in a 3D fighting game, aside from things like Virtual Fighter and whatnot, feels like it's been so expanded upon and like to the nth degree. Tekken is easy to watch and follow, but to play is a different is a different beast altogether. But yeah, I respect the hell out of Tekken, and like I love watching it, and me being a Pakistani guy myself, it's cool to see how the Pakistani community is actually like one of the strongest communities in Tekken. Even though I'm not like, even though I didn't really grow up there or whatnot, but it's kind of like it's a cool source of pride, right? Even though I'm not, even though I guess I don't generally uh, carry myself as like somebody from there because I've grown up in the West. It's still awesome to see your countrymen do, where you're from originally, your countrymen do well. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see, and especially being such an impoverished part of the globe, and it being like again like an area that nobody knew about, and then it just rose to prominence in the Tekken community out of nowhere when people started reaching out to me like, oh hey, we heard some of these Pakistani Tekken players are pretty good. Let's see what they're about, and then all of a sudden they're just wrecking everybody. Yeah, and yeah, I honestly I've been back to those areas, and they have like it's the whole thing like struggle breeds kind of like this whole super competitive community, and a lot of the greatest communities came from like that kind of struggle, right? A lot of the most strong communities came from that struggle. A lot of the best Street Fighter players in Toronto came from an area that's like very, very like the place that they play in is a storage unit. It's called HQ. And a lot of the best Street Fighter players in the Toronto area come from that, which is pretty funny. All right. So yeah, I would call this a completely successful Steam Deck opening and everything. What we're gonna do now is I'm gonna take a break for an hour. I'm gonna leave the stream running just because I'll leave it open for you guys to wait around if you wanna idle in the chat here and chat. And Ryan and Cam, if you guys want to join me, we can design this mobile game. We're trying to design an infinite runner with the kind of emphasis on modularity first of all, and ease of updating. With the thought that we can monetize this as well and earn revenue, possibly showcase something to people that don't understand how the game development process works, you know. So that's the plan going forward, right? So yeah, please, if you guys want to stick around, please stick around in the chat for that. Coming up in an hour. And hold on, let me actually change my text. All right, cool. Just want to make sure that that's good. Awesome.
he wasn't such a computer freak. Well, if he wasn't such a computer freak. Well, if he wasn't such a computer freak.
Computers are new world. Computers are new world. Computers are new world. Computers are new world.
All right, welcome back. All right, now what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to turn off the music completely because I'm about to join with two other developers. They were chatting earlier in the chat here, and we're gonna get into getting sort of a game design document and the whole sort of first run of the development process, at least the way that the three of us like to do it. So yeah, I'm going to join in on a call with them. So just give me 1 second. Hello, hello. Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yo, hey,
Hey, yeah, just want to make sure that you guys, I can hear you guys on the stream as well. So I'm gonna just open it up on my phone and check. One
Okay.
second. Is on the stream as well, so I'm gonna just open it up on my phone and check. Okay, yeah, I heard you. I heard you on the stream.
good.
So, all right,
Yeah.
okay. So we're good to go.
Sweet.
So we're just gonna go straight into, I guess, developing. If you guys want to introduce yourself, you can. There's nobody watching right now, but maybe for the VOD later. Maybe for the
Yeah.
VOD later.
I can just throw in chat like who I
Yeah,
am.
yeah. I mean, yeah. It's exactly. I already kind of did an introduction, but they were chatting earlier. If anybody's watching the VOD and seeing Cam's name in the chat and Ryan's name in the chat, those are the two developers joining me today.
Hopefully my keyboard isn't too loud.
It's okay. I have a mechanical keyboard too, so it's all right. So what we're gonna do is, yeah, let's just start designing. All right,
There we
cool.
go.
Awesome. Yeah, there. And if Ryan, you want to do a similar blurb about yourself, you can throw that in the chat for anybody who watches the VOD later, especially if they wanna take a look at
Oh, true.
if they want to take a look at the design process and whatnot. And if you throw your info in the chat at this time frame, at least they'll see it. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. So based upon like kind of the idea kind of started when I did that stream last week, the 2D level generator. Cam came to me saying like, oh, he had an idea for a 2D Infinite Runner and it just needed a level generator. So we're just like, oh yeah, why not?
Kind of came together.
Yeah, kind of come together, right? So yeah, let's see. You've already kind of have a rough pitch. Players run
Just
through
kind of
procedure.
whipped this together the other day.
Yeah. So yeah, one swipe up and down, jump, swiping down, slide. Yeah. Combat movement. Second swipe input will create combat mechanics. Yeah. So this is pretty cool. I think this would be pretty awesome. Like if we can have like as we're walking forward, you can do something like if you do something in a specific distance away from an enemy, so like it can be like timing based because like things will be scrolling at you. You can you can do like other things instead of having it to be like different swipes. Well, yeah, maybe we can use swipe right and swipe left for different things.
Yeah, I was thinking like uppercuts and like, I don't know, we could have like some nodes that we spawn in the level generation could be like destructibles. So like some boxes give you like there'll be like a box above you and you punch it to get like coins or score or something like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like we can do these things like swiping up, swiping down. Like can't we consider, instead of having it like maybe we just make this completely swipe and tap and one hand based, right? So you don't need another hand, right? So what we consider is swiping left, swiping right can be these attacks horizontally, and swiping up can be a rising uppercut. Like you can do like swipe up, and it'll do like a
a quick up attack, and you can do swipe up, swipe down to do a ground pound. So these two attacks, swiping up and swiping down, only happen during the jump state. And we can make it so that the jump state has like these pre-jump frames and this cancelable and all these cool mechanics if we want to make it like, so the faster you swipe up, the quicker you can get actually the uppercut. You get what I mean? Like we can you can actually cancel the beginning of your jump to do the uppercut sort of deal, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, we can kind of consider that as well. So I like the combat idea. I just don't like having to hold another hand.
The two fingers,
yeah. So I would rather.
Games are supposed to be. Like,
I would rather just one hand, right? And I'm assuming that that's exactly what you're gonna say, right, Ryan? Sorry, I'm driving the conversation.
Mobile games are like supposed to be like. I feel like they're supposed to be like, what is it? Games that you can just play like while on the subway or like on the toilet, right?
And exactly. You just want to be playing with one hand, right? So it's like if we're doing swiping motions, the thing is, it's like you kind of want to play it with hand and thumb. We're not going to be able to play it with hand and thumb, but we can play hand with one finger, and that's fine as well, I think. So our game is hand and one finger, really, from what it looks like. Because you're not really going to be able to do hand and thumb unless you have unless you hold it like this somehow, like you're holding the phone like this.
Okay.
Yeah, but
it's kind of funky.
Yeah, but I think that's still fine. If that's the intended for users to hold in one hand with using the other free hand swiping. I think that's pretty cool. We can create like cool, you can swipe away obstacles, certain obstacles at least. You can, well, if we can create even like this whole ability to like kind of air combo, even like if we have this jumping attack, right? Like you can do the jumping attack, launch, and do like a horizontal swipe in the air. There's a lot of things we can do.
Some nice fighting mechanics.
Yeah.
I might have like a completely different idea.
Yeah.
If you guys want to hear it out.
Yeah, sure.
Like, okay, let me share my screen and open up Microsoft Paint. So I'm guessing like this game would be played like in landscape, right?
Probably.
Probably yes.
Yeah. Like if we wanted to go like a portrait route, what I'm thinking is like most likely like a vertical climber, right? Like an endless climber.
Okay, yeah.
And what you do is, as a player, you go from one wall to another, right? And like obstacles are coming down like this. So what you do is, let's say you start at this spot.
Are you sharing your screen? Hold on 1 second.
I just
in the Discord call, yeah.
Yeah, yes. All right. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at Cam's screen. That's why.
Let me know when you're on. I'll start trying things again.
Let me pull this over here, so that people can see what you're drawing.
Right.
Right. Go ahead.
All right, ready? So what I'm thinking is like if we want a game that's in portrait mode, like what we could do is have like a vertical climber, right?
Yeah.
And the objective is like to make sure the player stays within the bounds of the game, and the player takes from one wall to another, right? And you have like different obstacles spawning down, so you have to like let's grab onto these.
Okay,
and
so
the controls.
It's a vertical climber then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The controls would be like, let's say you hold tab, and what it's doing is calculating a parabola, right? The longer you hold it, the higher the parabola is gonna be.
Yeah, more power.
Oh yeah. So you kind of like do like a launching game. That would be pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
That would be pretty cool.
I think that's pretty simple enough to like get started as well, right?
Yeah. Like I think yeah, because like the longer you and really it's, all it is tapping then.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like we don't have anything else. We just have.
It's as accessible.
You literally can just be like on the toilet. I like that. I like that. All right.
And then You can scale it out pretty easily as well. Like you add different obstacle. Let's say
Yeah.
one
different
kind of like
different jump powers, different like parabolas for different characters.
Exactly.
Like,
And even like the
uh,
obstacles that spawn, like one of the things it could be like it's a conveyor belt. So like while you're sticking onto it, it's
pushing you
moving
down,
you
moving you
or
down.
down or up, like
Yeah.
whichever
Yeah.
direction, right?
And the thing is, it's player versus obstacles. There isn't really going to be any enemy sort of deal.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Kid friendly.
I like that. And we can make it kid friendly, make all the ads like kid based so that we can
Yeah.
actually market it towards kids. Actually, we don't have to make it like a more adult game, which is also a good idea because a lot of kids play mobile titles. They
Mhm.
play little
iPad
free to play little iPad games.
Yeah.
And they're the ones that can drive the ad revenue, especially if we have smart ads like Crossy
Smart
Roads,
ads.
right? Like
Yeah.
where we have this kind of economy system that promotes our ad watching so that people will watch ads to get economy to unlock more things. So that's like the next step of this. So
Yeah.
with this sort of game, if you jump from, let's say, the level generator, it will always need to ensure that you have a way up, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
We can make this easy where each side of the screen has like a permanent wall, so you can at least stick to the side, but the level keeps scrolling up, so you can't stay there indefinitely.
Yeah.
Do you get what I mean?
Mhm.
So
So
there's
these-
always a way to go from one end to the other, yeah. And then we can just randomly generate. We don't have to worry about too much more.
all these things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
Well,
Ooh,
Goes
just have
inside.
spaces in between. Just have spaces in between.
what we
Oh.
could do for generation is, oh hey Dylan, hey uncle, Ankita is my girlfriend.
Nice. Thank you guys for joining us. We're just here designing a game. Yeah. So our level generator, all it has to assume is just space between platforms, so players can kind of
Yeah.
go through them if necessary.
Mhm.
What would
We
be
could-
what would be cool is if we held the tap, like there was like a renderer that like showed the parabola
Yeah.
as it was going,
yeah, we could do
Yeah.
that for sure.
and then we could have like
Um,
a. Oh yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for a follow. I would love it, and yeah, we're gonna try to definitely stream this development of this game if it comes to fruition pretty well, which it's seeming like. I'm hoping that maybe I can make this a Thursday stream, so come by next Thursday if possible. All right. Yeah, sorry guys. Let's get right back into it.
No worries.
Yeah.
For level generation, we could make our lives a bit easier. Like instead of like figuring out how to spawn like individual blocks, why not think about like spawning a few chunks at at a time?
Yeah. That's
Right?
Oh, so you're saying like
This
like
is all one prefab basically.
Okay, yeah,
Right?
makes sense.
Yeah, you could add gaps in between them to kind of create your own
So it's like more like
little obstacle
handcrafted.
course.
It's a little handcrafted, but still procedural.
Yeah. So you
Mhm.
can make like 20, 30 pieces like that, and then just you can completely randomize between them, or you can set them like certain pieces can come together, and you can make like it more procedural if you wanted to. But yeah, I kind of like that idea where if we make it in a way where it's never. Oh, there's that follow, the new subscriber. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, for a prefab like this, we can set it so that the beginnings and ends of each of these prefabs will always line up all across the board, so we can completely randomize it and make level generation just super simple and super easy.
Yep.
Yeah, I like it. I like it.
So
Yeah.
for player movement, we could have like that parabola you guys are saying, but like an initial like vector kind of swing between left and right side. So I don't know if my stream's still up, but this
Okay.
old game Fragger. I don't know if you ever played it.
Let me. Oh yeah.
I
Well,
think
well,
I have.
well. This is like this is
Like-
basically like Worms.
Yeah, so we could have like an arrow. Like imagine this is our guy, and we have an arrow like this, like going
Mhm.
back and forth. And then as soon as you tap, it just starts building up the meter. Like obviously this is a bit different,
Yeah.
but
Oh.
if you
oh.
hold, like, it'd build up the meter. So you'd kind of like lock in your direction, and then it would kind of charge up.
Oh yeah,
the
yeah.
power
I agree. I kind of like that. Maybe we do something like a swipe in the direction you want, and then you hold.
Yeah, we could do that too.
So it's like rather than it being kind of like a bounce, 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 and you
Yeah,
have
you
to
gotta
time
wait.
it, and you have to
Mhm.
wait. Because if we're scrolling the screen, we don't want to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
it just adds like more risk, I guess, but
Yeah,
it might be
exactly.
a bit tough.
Yeah, so it's like you try to like swipe in the direction you want, and you hold at the end of the swipe, and it just goes. It follows your finger and holds, and then draws power, I guess, in that line.
Yeah.
Mm. The other question is like the way I had it thought out. Like if we just hold it, there's gotta be. I think there should be a way we cancel like our like charge, if that makes sense. Like what if we? I think you're muted. Oh wait, never mind. I'm
just-
watching a stream.
Yeah, just wait.
Yeah. No.
But like, I think if you hold too long, it'll just like the charge will expire and then it can reset. That's a way
What
out of
about
it.
what about a swipe down to like get rid of things?
Yeah.
Hey, Salvo. Thanks for joining us. We're just here designing a 2D mobile game.
It's like
Hmm.
short ad now.
I'm
And
trying to think.
this might be going overboard, but maybe while we're in the mid-air, we can tap again to redirect back. Does that make sense?
Like so, it's like
Yeah.
it's like
Do like a Euro step.
like jump back. So it's like if you're
Yeah.
in midair and you're like, oh crap, I'm about to hit something, you can tap again real quick, and it will launch you back towards the back wall.
Yeah.
Now imagine the funny thing is it could be like if you tap it, and yeah, that's actually cool because like what could happen is you could tap forward and then tap back to hit like a wall on the opposite end even.
Yeah.
Which could be cool, but it's like, oh, if you're on one side but there's a spike wall there, but there's a free wall on the other end, you could jump forward and then tap back just to quickly send yourself back. Yeah, I think that would be cool.
What
we could do is we could actually make like bullet time for that, where
Yeah,
when
that'd be
you
pretty sick.
when you're in midair and you decide to try to tap backwards, you have like this bullet time effect where you slow down and you can still build the meter sort of going back. You still build the parabola going backwards, so it's still like the same thing both directions, but it's just now we don't have to worry about swiping in direction. You either anytime you tap, you're always going away from the wall first, and then if you're in midair, you're always going back the direction you wanted to, the direction you came from.
Yeah, like I was thinking it's gonna be like a toggle, right? So like
Yeah.
we start off with like the left, so we're gonna like look for the parabola on the right.
Yeah.
And after we hit something, now we're gonna look for the left.
So we don't have to even worry about direction or anything. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
The other thing is, I realized just now is potentially player could just stick to this wall forever. So I'm thinking
we auto scroll. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it'd be scrolling down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We scroll down,
But I think-
so if the player sticks to the wall forever, they would eventually die because the thing is scrolling down.
Yeah. But I think that some extra incentives, we could add like spikes coming to the main walls as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like we could litter it with obstacles and a bunch of encounters and stuff.
Do you want to be able? Do you want it auto scrolling, or do you want to be able to kind of like catch your breath?
I think auto scrolling should be.
Yeah, I want
right?
I want auto scrolling so that we don't even have to consider putting spikes on the sides, Like
Yeah,
maybe that's
that's
like
fair.
late. Maybe that's way later, but like we don't even have to consider that right now.
Yeah, that's fine.
Auto scrolling is the name of the game here.
Yeah.
So yeah, I like this idea better than like a vertical scroller actually. So this is a pretty good idea. Let's
Yeah.
write these mechanics out.
I like it.
So instead of mobile platformer side scroller, it's gonna be like an infinite jumper or infinite or horizontal scroller or sorry, vertical
Just gonna
scroller.
make a copy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get some water real quick.
All right.
So this is
Can we just redo this?
yeah, just a vertical scroller. With minimal input, I guess.
Hey, the less inputs you have for mobile, the
Yeah,
Yeah,
no. I'm just I'm just putting in terms what our rough pitch would be.
yeah.
I'm not putting any emphasis on with minimal input.
Yeah.
I actually like the fact that it has not that much.
We're the cookie clicker of endless runners.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, it's not going to be exactly an idle game, but yeah.
Yeah.
But I understand your reference.
Mhm.
Okay, let's kind of like get the gameplay out of the way, and then let's talk about other
Yeah.
features.
Yeah.
No. Swipes doesn't determine direction anymore. We're just tapping. Remember?
We're tapping?
Now all it's gonna do is like tap to hold power, and it's gonna look like this, right? So.
Yeah.
Like,
Let
How do
me-
you
Yeah.
how do we determine direction again? Are we going back to that arrow? Bouncing
it
back and
toggles,
forth?
it toggles left and right.
You're only going either left or right. And
Oh, okay.
and you start like so here.
Okay, Cam, go back to my drawing real quick.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
let's say
okay.
you start here, right?
Yeah. Let me
First, you tap. It's going to make a parabola for the right direction, right? Once you
Okay.
hit this wall, you stick to it, and then next time you start charging, it's going to make a parabola for the left direction.
Okay. So
As we think
what
of it.
if? So there's gonna be a fine, like, invisible line through the middle that determines if you're going left or right.
No, it just like it's gonna be a bool, like check left or check right, and it's gonna start with like this boolean being, let's say the bool is do right, which is
So-
gonna be true at first. We hit this wall. From this wall, we can only go left, right? Even if
So we're basically just checking if the obstacle that we're standing on or sticking to is on the left or right, and we're gonna jump the opposite way.
more like
the player is going to start on the left or right, and will always jump the opposite direction upon successful tap.
yeah.
Okay.
After every successful tap, it switches from if it was left, it switches to right, basically.
So it's like, so imagine you do, and we're gonna allow ourselves to fly back. So imagine instead of
You can flip in the air, right?
yeah, instead of starting at instead of jumping from this platform to that platform to that platform, like the way Ryan is showing, you could jump straight and then immediately sail yourself through this kind of little hole and jump to the wall.
That gap.
And then
Okay.
jump to the other side of that platform, even if you wanted to. So it's like
Right.
it gives us all these sort of options, and we don't really have to do a lot. And
Yeah.
and again, if we do the whole while you're in air, when you tap, it's bullet time. That will be pretty cool too, right?
We could tie that to a resource, like something like you pick up.
Yeah.
So-
And that's even better actually, so that we can drive our economy. You can buy more of this resource, all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There
Awesome.
you go.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So does that make more sense now, Cam? How the gameplay
Yeah,
is
I
kind of
gotcha.
going to function? Because it like
I just
really
gotta put it into words.
yeah, it really simplifies a lot of our stuff. It's literally just a one tap game now. We don't care about anything
Yeah.
else. It's
Yeah,
just tap
I
and
think it
hold.
works.
Tap and hold.
You can only mess up once or twice.
I mean,
Let's get a bullet time.
we're
Let's
gonna
get the bullet time.
we'll,
Yeah.
we'll allow for the bullet time. We'll probably have like extra lives on watching ads, like stuff like that.
Mhm.
You know, all of those sort of
Yeah.
things. I'm excited because this is actually sounding like a very, very decent. And the thing is, like, you could even like, we can even create a different game mode for this, where it's like designed levels that have specific difficulty, and they're like puzzle based, where it's like you have to kind of like jump in awkward and weird ways to get all the way to the top, sort of deal.
It's kind of like it's like Tetris, but you're avoiding the falling blocks instead of placing them.
Yeah, exactly. And then the thing is, like, we could design those levels and create like a star system to pass by it, like those other style of mobile games. So this can be both endless and designed the way that we're kind of making it, which is pretty cool.
If you want to go the puzzle route, what we could do is give the player like limited number of jumps to try to figure out how to get to like the obstacle.
That's true as well. I don't want to focus on that game mode just yet, but let's keep that in the back burner. Let's get this core game loop functioning and fun, because I think this has some pretty good concepts. Okay, so while you guys kind of type that out and get that going, I'm gonna actually make a Unity2D project.
Okay.
And start setting it up, the repository, and get you guys kind of get you guys access to that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Let me know what version number you're gonna use.
I think Cam put it in the chat. Or wait.
Yeah. It's 2021.3.24.
It's like the latest LTS version.
Yeah. Should just be the top one on official releases, or on the installer. Sorry.
Oh man,
what do we want to call this? Let's call this vertical tap jumper.
All right, we need ChatGPT to
give us a name.
Jump Master.
That's what I did for my mobile game. I was like, give me a name for a mobile game where you jump and shoot, and like, oh, just call it a jump and gun. Like, yeah, that's
jump and gun. Jump Master is a good one. Sticky Man.
There's already a game called Jump Master.
All
right. Well, name isn't important.
No.
we're just being funny. Vertical tap jumper. That's all good. I'll just put that in here
like
for now.
10 foot vertical or something.
10 foot vert.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. Where is Unity? That's okay. We're gonna make this private. I'm gonna put it through Catslot Studios, if that's all right, guys.
Yep.
And I will invite you guys to the repository. Even though we're kind of like publishing all of the code, well, not all of the code. Like I'm gonna be showing what I'm coding, at least on stream. It's just protect ourselves.
Do you want us to only work on it during the streams? Or...
No. We can get this going as quickly as possible. And I just kind of want to try to do this every week, actually, because I have Thursdays kind of off. So why not do like not a full day stream? This is like a one-time thing, me doing it all the way through the day. But like, what if we start at like 10 a.m. until like 12 or 1, do a dev stream every Thursday, right? And we can kind of showcase it week by week how far we've progressed, right? So it and plus talk about what we're all gonna work on next and work on it actually, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
All right, cool. So let's let's create the Unity project as well. That's important. Just a 2D core project. I don't think we need to get anything more
Shouldn't know. We could add like there's so many objects we could add. We could add like slimy ones, like where you kind of like slide down and don't just stick there the whole time.
Yeah, that
So you have
that
to,
was like
be quick.
that was the I think
Breakables.
that was his conveyor belt idea, right? Pretty much.
Yeah,
Oh,
we could
hey,
add like a
Enhancing.
one with like
you have
with like
another
low.
you have another family member joining us, Ryan. Thanks for thanks for joining us, Roz.
We could have like an obstacle that kind of has like low health. So if you jump into it with like full power, you just blast right through it. Stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, that's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah,
I like that. Or
Yeah, I
even
like
one
that.
where you stick on it and it collapses like over time. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, things that are like breakable over time. That like
Mhm.
if you stick on it on the top of the level, you'll fall by the
Mhm.
time it scrolls to the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Like you'll fall before it scrolls to the bottom. Actually, that's like the better idea. But
Mhm.
yeah, not bad. All right, let's keep this going.
we could probably do this fully with like kinematic rigid bodies, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we wouldn't need to.
Yeah.
We wouldn't. Honestly, you could even build your own physics system if you wanted to. It's so
Yeah.
simple.
Like it's one math equation.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it.
exactly. Like, I don't know who wants to take the player controller, but yeah, that would be. It's a very. It's not a very. It's not very hard. And the thing is, like the input manager is literally going to be just the tap and
Yeah.
hold.
Fairly easy with mobile stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can build all like the ads and like the menu systems and all that like really quickly.
Yeah, well, I have all of that stuff too, right? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And the thing is, like, we'll need to, we wanna kind of figure out. Let's kind of design the. Okay, so now that we've kind of figured out what our gameplay looks like and what our gameplay features kind of need to be, let's kind of look at what the full picture of the app is. When you boot it up, what do you look at? What are you looking at? I'm thinking just a splash page that says start, really. Like,
Yeah.
Start, settings, store.
You could-
yeah,
like that.
You could do one of those menus that's like just an overlay on top of the actual like gameplay.
yeah,
So
yeah.
you
That's
kind
what
of a little animation of
that's
yeah.
what I'm thinking. It's like the game is already started on the first platform, just randomly left or right depending on what it is, and it's just in the background, paused, and you have your
Yeah.
menu on the top. And then when you start, it just like goes into the game. It like fades out the menu and goes into the game. So it's like I'm thinking we make this a one scene game. No, we don't need any other scene.
I think so. Yeah, we could probably do it like that.
So do we want to try to learn the new UI toolkit?
I have experience with it.
You do? All right. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, but I mainly have experience with it for editor stuff, not runtime.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, because
I haven't dived into it.
we're gonna need to do runtime stuff for making the shop and other things more modular and more the ability to create the shop dynamically on the fly based upon things that we're setting in editor. We'll want to build something like that, and Cam already has something like that for the old UI. I want to kind of try to see if we can get something like that for the new UI. Because if we can get something like that for the new UI, then that becomes super, super powerful in regards to the new UI is basically style sheet related. So we could literally just create a bunch of different style sheets, and for the different like events in the year, you can change up your entire UI, even though it's like all set specifically with the way that it looks, just based upon giving it a different style sheet.
Yeah,
which
you
is
got, like themes as well.
Yeah, so like I really think it's worth it to look into that. However, if it's too difficult and it's taking too long, we might just want to stick with your asset cam, your store asset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Either way works for me.
Yeah, but I mean, you could even think about upgrading your store asset to also include UI Toolkit.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
you can't submit anything to the asset store with UI Toolkit yet. Since
Oh,
it's not,
really?
like,
Oh, really?
yeah. Since it's a legacy feature. Yeah.
Wait, UI Toolkit is a legacy feature? I thought UI Toolkit is new.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it's not a legacy feature, you cannot use it.
Oh, so if it's like
Yeah.
if it's a completely new feature that Unity's implementing, you can't release an asset store pack for it?
Yep. Like, and that's the same thing with materials as well, by the way.
I understand because it's like they don't want people to undercut the
development.
Yeah, they don't want people to undercut the things that they might develop for it later. I guess.
Yeah.
There's some publisher will just make a better version. Be like, oh, great.
Yeah, I understand, but that's kind of messed up.
Yeah.
Like, even with materials,
Yeah.
like if you release a material pack, you have to make sure you make it for like standard URP and HRP. If you wrote shaders for it, you're gonna have to write shaders for each three of those pipelines.
Oof.
Yeah.
Jeez. I don't know. That feels kind of like icky.
It is annoying, yeah.
But we use their engine. We have to abide by their rules, right?
Play along.
Yeah.
Right.
It is what it is.
This is taking forever. It's probably because I'm streaming too. My computer's chugging in the background because it's like, oh, why is this all this extra load? This happens.
I think
this happens when
I have like.
Oh yeah, this happens when I teach too. But the thing is, it's like I'm making the repository, right? So I have to be the one that makes the first. I mean, I could have made the repository and gave you it so that you publish the Unity project, but
and then I just give you ownership of it afterwards. Like,
yeah, that's true. But whatever.
It is what it is. But yeah, even when like I'm teaching, I open up Unity. It takes a while. It gets so awkward. It's like, oh come on, Unity, just.
So hey guys. Oh, how was the weekend? like that's literally like, oh, how was your week? How was your week so far? Has anybody played any games? Like that's literally what it feels like when like I have to just like kind of small talk, or I'll say like, oh, I'm gonna go get myself a coffee, and then like I'll take a break while it's opening.
Yeah.
Takes forever though.
Yeah, especially the newer versions. Like,
Unity used to be the fast engine. Now it's Godot.
Yeah, Godot is pretty fast. But see, the main issue with like the latest version is they come with a lot of new packages pre-installed. Which
that's
most of us do not use.
Yeah, and honestly, this 2D core package, we might be able to remove some things from it too.
I would try not to.
I don't know. Are we using the tile map or the tile? Like, I don't think we even need to.
We don't need to, but I don't know. If it's already there, just
for the object spawns.
Yeah, like honestly, we could just
we won't need tile map.
We just do it through the Unity's basic positioning. We don't need anything else.
Yeah.
I mean, for thinking about like complex collision systems, like the conveyor or like the destructibles, where we cannot use tile maps for that.
Yeah.
Like we can, it's just gonna be a lot more hassle.
Yeah, because like we'll have to like move the player half a tile per whatever. It's gonna be like weird.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'd rather just because like if you use the tile map, we can then like base all our movement upon tile movement, but like that's not the case for our game. We want it like physics based. So it's better to just kind of use Unity's own transform stuff in like the standard 2D setting rather than using tile maps.
Yeah, tile maps are just better for like static, like
Yeah, if
levels,
you're
like-
making like RPGs and stuff, and
Even platformers, like anything that's
Platformers,
like
yeah.
static and not procedural, that's it.
yeah, you could
case.
build like a nice. I would build like Mega Man, a nice Mega Man style platformer that's completely designed with a tile map. But I probably wouldn't build like a procedural like an infinite runner with a tile map.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be a
Seems
little bit harder.
unnecessary. If it was a grid-based procedural runner,
yeah, possibly. Yeah, it depends really on what you're going for. All right.
Ooh, I just searched the Unity 2D mobile game on YouTube, and you came up in the algorithm.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
This stream.
Yeah. Look at. I don't know if you can see my stream right now,
Oh, let me take
or
a
if I'm
look.
even still streaming.
Yeah, I'm just. Oh, nice, right there. Cool, live right now.
I was just looking for this game that I saw a while ago. That's kind of similar stuff, but I doubt I'll find it. It was a long time ago. It's pretty cool to see, though.
Yeah, I know, right? Awesome. All right.
Oh, you might want to change your title, by the way, since we are
Unity 2. Yeah, that is true. I should probably change the title of my stream.
no more Steam Deck going on.
Unity2D GameDev stream, because that's what we're doing right now. All right, cool.
But yeah, I could either work on like the initial like menu system or like play controller, depending on whichever ones you want to work on.
I'm okay with the level generator for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can work. I think you can work on the main player controller since it was your idea. So I think like you might have like a better idea on how to accomplish it right away. I mean, even though it's fairly simple, I can. Before we even do anything, we're gonna want the new input system, right? Even though it's not really like crazy.
Yeah.
I would.
Is it necessary? I would say
it's not really necessary, but like it's more robust. Well, I guess whatever.
It is more robust.
It's not really necessary though, because again, it's just a tap. It's just tapping and holding. Like, so we're not really doing much. So
if we had a lot more controls, I would say yes.
I'll just add this to the repository and just push it then, and get you guys on.
I can work on like the obstacles and some other things. Like I can come up with some ideas for the kind of obstacles we want to generate. Things that might be fun.
Oh, just give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna be right back. 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Oh, we should probably think about visuals as well a little bit.
About what, sorry?
Visuals, aesthetics.
Yeah.
You gotta make the game also look a little nice. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be annoying. I could actually take a stab at designing some mock-ups.
There's a lot of different things we can do. So I'm just looking for this game. Oh, I think I found it.
What game?
Hold up.
No.
So this guy made a game. Am I still streaming?
Yeah. We're.
So
I have you up.
Oh, I know this one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So that's what you were saying, like where you're going like left, right.
The arrow. Yeah. He's more of like a designed level.
Yeah, so that makes more sense because it's like you get like It makes more sense because
Yeah.
it's like you
gotta
you
decide where
completely
you go,
you
so,
completely s- and you completely stick to the platform. It's not like
Mhm.
it's going to be an auto scroller like in our scenario, right? We're going to stick to the platform, but it will scroll down and force us to jump right away. So
Exactly.
we don't kind of want to have this like, oh, you have to kind of choose your direction.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Trying to think. I want to think about some. I'm trying to think about something, because like what we're gonna do is here. Let me pull up my paint. So if we have the level that kind of looks like this, and you guys are probably going to see this on a little bit of a delay, so sorry about that.
Yeah,
If like our player is on this wall and we're auto scrolling down, and like we have like a platform here, and they hold tap, right? They hold the tap button. It'll start like a trajectory down here and just kind of like increase, right?
Mhm.
As it's going. Eventually it'll
Yeah.
be like, oh, here's the parabola or whatever, right? That's about it, right? That's all we're doing.
Yeah.
I think so.
So yeah, it doesn't even what we can do is like it just literally needs to be like an arc that's growing as you're holding.
Mhm.
It doesn't even need to be like a direction or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to clarify on my end, because yeah, then we don't care about the direction or anything. We don't care about any of that.
Mhm. It's basically just trajectory, right?
Yeah, just trajectory. All right. I'm gonna move this into the. Where did it go?
Vertical scroll. A cat splat.
Pretty good name.
Pretty good name. Yes. All right. Let me. All right. Cool. I have vertical tap jumper right here. So in case anybody who's watching is wondering what I'm doing, I'm taking the GitHub repository and I'm adding the Unity project to it. And now I can push the changes.
We should name our game the Vertical Game. Like cat splat.
Sure, I'm down. I'm down with that. The vertical game. Like honestly, if this makes money, it gets ad revenue and stuff, like I'm gonna just use my portion of it to just roll it back into the company.
Yeah.
Because that's really as soon as I can build more of a following, we're gonna be talking about Shifter a lot more. All right. It's being published to GitHub. All right, cool. Let's I was like, there's already a pull request? That makes no sense. I don't know if you saw that. It was like preview a pull request.
You never know.
Somehow there's already a pull request on the thing that I just made
And you
that
got
has
screen
two.
sniped, that's what happened.
I got screen sniped. But I made it. It's a private repository. There's like, how can I get stream sniped? All right. I got a two-factor authentication myself here.
Yeah. Like I started doing it for all like the important things that I use.
My GitHub app is obviously being annoying. It's not. It didn't prompt me for a two-factor authentication. So I'll do it one more time. Oh man, where is it? Yeah, right there. Gotta wait. All right. Add people. R Salam is the. No.
You can use my email. It's ryan@ugni.com. agni.com.
That? agni.com? Ryan at
Yeah.
agni.com?
Yeah.
Admin. You're okay. You have full admin access. And then
No.
What is it?
Do you have
Got it.
it? Me?
How what's your username again on GitHub?
Clarky Snipe. Can give you email too if that works.
Why is
Do I need like merge?
No, there you are.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, there you go. Cool.
So did we say it was 2021 or 2020?
2021. We're going with LTS versions, so it's 2021.3.24, which is the latest LTS version.
24. Oh man, I have 2.5 at the moment.
2.5?
Yeah. There's a lot of LTS versions for 2021.
Yeah, I know, but like 2.5 isn't an LTS version because 2.4 just got installed. Just got.
Oh, 2.3.
Oh, 2.3.
Okay, so 2021.3.24. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
I'm gonna start deleting some of these old versions.
All right, cool. Let's now that's kind of all set up and we're ready to kind of go through things. Let's build out some things that we have to kind of create. So level generator. All right, so what is the level generator going to consist of? This is for me. I'm making issues in the actual repository. You guys should do the same, I think, for the things that you're making. Prefabs that level auto scrolls downwards. Level auto scrolls downwards. Infinitely, right?
Yeah. Did I share the document? It's in the Discord chat.
Oh yeah. I think I even have it pulled up. Or you created the new one, right? Yeah.
Yeah. just a copy of the old one, but I just removed some of the deprecated
Yeah.
stuffs.
Right. Vertical scroll, minimum input. Yeah. Navigate through a list of incoming game objects. Tapped. Yeah. Level mechanics. Let me kind of build this here. Ooh, why is this so rough? Why can't I?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't have edit access.
Is it?
Oh,
Oh, okay,
no,
I'll
it's
do
because-
that in a sec. Just
hold
opening
on.
Unity.
Hold on. There's like something else that's happening. Why is that my? Do I have edit access now? I might have edit access now. I was
I
logged
think
in.
I need to make it more public. I don't know, I just sent it again, but anyone with the link should be able to edit.
Yeah, it says edit now, so it should be okay. Let's see. Oh, your Discord always closes when you. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Ryan.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
Oh my god.
Sometimes my computer chugs so hard that it overrides like my electrical, like it shorts out my fuse. So if I just disappear, that's what happens.
Yeah, no, it's like my computer is getting like kind of. Oh, there we go.
And weirdly, it's only Discord that acts up. Everything else runs smooth.
Completely fine, of course. Okay, level mechanics. Auto. Let's think about the different things that the level's gonna do. It's going to auto scroll downwards. Oops. Oh man. Right, auto scroll downwards. What else? Like, I guess like there's two walls that
There's always two walls.
Yeah, two
right?
walls that are
Permanent,
always
like perimeters.
permanent walls. So it's like really and truly, what you could be doing is when the player gets to the top of the screen, you just have them regenerate from the bottom of the screen.
Yeah.
Do you know?
We
what
can
I mean?
also move the obstacles around the player and just create the illusion of he is going up, but really the obstacles are just falling down.
Well, the obstacles will be scrolling down anyways.
Yeah.
For a player going top of the screen, I think we balance in a way where that's just impossible. Like they're
Where
always
it's
around
just-
the mid
Yeah.
to the bottom sections of the map.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So what it would be is like the walls on the side would also be scrolling downwards,
Mhm.
and just infinitely generating. They'd be like this. This would have to be definitely an object pool.
We could also I could make a shader where like the texture just scrolls down.
Yeah. I mean that's also an ability where it's like it's just the two static sprites on the side with a texture that's scrolling. Yeah, that works.
Then
And
you
then
just, like,
and you just make
pull the player down at the same speed.
Yeah, you just pull the player down at the same speed.
Mhm.
The thing is, do we have to make that? Do we have to make that? Because
URP?
you don't have to make that a shader. You know that, right?
No, it doesn't.
You can use the grid size of sprite textures to scroll as well.
You can scroll like regular materials and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, so we don't even have to go that far on that. But yeah, auto scroll downwards. I guess walls will simulate scrolling via texture or via material, I guess.
We will still need an object puller. Like
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
No. Object pooler for the
Obstacles.
for the obstacles and stuff. Walls will simulate scrolling via material. Player moves
Up there.
down walls at the same rate as the material scroll. This is going to be something that like the player kind of has to understand. Like, oh, the material is scrolling this speed now. I need to pull myself down as I'm on this wall this speed, right?
Mhm.
So
Yep.
so I will keep an event open for the walls to when the player to not an event, I guess. It will just be a property that's public, that's accessible, which is like the scroll speed or something like that. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
And we can probably make it like a game manager variable so that everything kind of scrolls in the same sort of speed the entire time.
Yeah.
Player moves down walls at the same rate as material scroll. Obstacle types, breakables, static obstacles, dynamic obstacles.
I'm kind of just spitballing. Like these are just ideas. We can just change them as we go.
All right.
I don't know if my mic broke down when I mentioned it. What do you think about picking up coins, like where, like, you know, from one obstacle to another? Let's say like there's like some sort of like coin that you can pick up, and that's like you can only get it with like the perfect like parabola.
Yeah,
like a coin, like Mario and stuff like that.
Yeah, coins generated during the level for perfect, I guess, for
perfect play, for
the
perfect positioning, I guess.
For the perfect jump positioning.
Perfect execution.
Are there any power-ups in this level? Yes.
The one we thought about,
possibly.
the bullet time? The one we picked up?
Yeah, so there might be like a bullet time power-up. There may be like a watch an ad and continue from where you just died sort of power-up.
Yeah.
So we're still kind of designing here. Coins generated in the level for perfect jump positioning. I guess prefabs that are designed will generate one after each other and scroll downwards.
We could also think of a weight system where, like, if after we spawn one prefab, that prefab spawning again is less likely.
Less likely. Right? Yeah. I honestly think I'm gonna just do randomization at first, and then we'll worry about. Hey Ivan. Thank you for joining here.
It's Ivan.
Yeah. I mentioned this. I mentioned this yesterday to my class, so I have a bunch of them pop in and out. But yeah, prefabs that are designed will generate one after each other and scroll downwards. Random for now.
Okay. Yeah.
We don't. I don't care to add the weighted system until we can actually design something properly. Because if we just start talking about what we're gonna do and possibilities, and what ends up happening is you end up creating the system with those things in mind, and it's not like it can be quite,
I got what you're saying. What you're saying. Yeah.
It can end up being quite hard to like refactor afterwards. Whereas if I just make it random from the get-go, it's just super simple, super easy, and then we can decide where we can expand upon, and it makes it better, I feel.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay, so obstacle types, breakables, obstacles that don't have any major effect on the player. The player can land and stick on it for as long as possible. The static obstacles would just be a static platform, I guess. Like
Yeah, just a
Yeah, it's
rectangle,
like
right?
similar to the walls. Yeah.
So I'm thinking we have like if the player is like one small little square or something, we have like
Bunch of
platforms
rectangles.
platforms that are like just as big as him or like just slightly bigger than him, so that they're very very precise that you have to hit them, and then we have platforms that are like way bigger, that are easier to land on, sort of deal. And
You guys remember?
those would
remember
be
Doodle
the
Jump?
doodle jump. Yeah, where it's just like you have like platforms that are bigger and smaller. Yeah, exactly, the same thing.
Different
And
effects and
I'd say
whatnot. Yeah.
I'd say it should be a bit bigger than the player. Otherwise, like
yeah, not
Yeah.
not like exact size of the player sort of deal.
Yeah.
I'm thinking more like the smallest platform you'd have if like the player is this size, the smallest platform you'd have is like this size.
yeah.
You know,
In
where
terms
it's
of
like
size, I'd say it's like what 2 to 4 unit sizes of the player.
yeah. So
That works,
it's like if the player is 1 unit wide, the smallest platform would probably be like 3 units. Yeah, exactly. Like 1, 1, 1.
Yeah, because
3
remember,
units
like
stacked
we're
on
not
top.
going like straight, right? We're not.
Yeah,
going,
yeah, exactly. No. I was saying that as well. But I'm saying like we can also have like in the beginning of the game, the platforms are 5 units long, sort of deal, right?
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying. And then like we get to the later stages of the game where every platform is only 3 units long, and those
Okay, yeah.
are like later prefabs, and
Mhm.
we can build our obstacles and our we can build our static obstacles and our other obstacles with this kind of sizing in mind, right?
Mhm.
Where it's
Yeah.
like let's say the longest platform we have is like 7 units long or something like that. The middle
Mhm.
platform we have is like 5 units long, and the smallest one is like 3 units or something like that. And we build every obstacle has like an easy, medium, hard sort of deal.
Mhm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Where it's like you have way more space. Well, in regards to like spiked obstacles, this would be hard. It would be a little bit different for static versus. It would be a little bit different for static versus thing, right? Where it's like
Yeah.
for an obstacle, the biggest size of it would be the hardest, but for a static platform, the biggest size of it would be the easiest. So that's a little bit of a distinction there. But I think adding these sorts of things into the level generator might be pretty cool, and
Oh yeah.
it would allow us to do a lot of cool stuff going forward after.
For obstacles, we could even do like certain moving obstacles, right? Like that always like pans like left, right, or something like that. Something like jiggles. Maybe something like
Like,
does an event when we latch onto it. Maybe when we latch onto it, it
Like, so the obstacle itself would have like an event that the player would subscribe to. So when it latches onto it, it like
Yeah.
something happens.
You've played Celeste, right, Hisham?
Yes, I have.
So in like the first level, when you grab onto these like boxes, it moves from left one position to another.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically like those kind of things.
Okay, so like you
You latch onto it,
latch
the
onto
obstacles like
and the obstacle starts like kind of like didn't Cam put like a seesaw or something?
yeah, that was
Yeah.
an idea. Like you could add like when you latch on stuff, like the object starts moving around. Like I don't know, like a rocket, for example. You jump on it, it just shoots up like X units,
Yeah, that would be pretty cool too. Like if
or
there's
like a
yeah, so
a
some of
windmill
the
to push you
some
up
of the
like an
some of
airstream.
the some of the
Just a bunch
coins
of
and stuff that get placed there can be like things like that as well, like rockets that jet you up a bunch.
and
Yeah,
and since we're like hand placing like these like obstacles like as prefabs, right? Whereas like we're not spawning like one obstacle, right? We're spawning like a few series of
Yeah.
obstacles.
Oh hey Matt,
That
how's it going?
that helps with like our coin placements and like all these extra obstacles, and we can have some really a lot of creativity
Yeah.
on the
Yeah,
area.
and I think we can do stuff like this as well, where it's like your prefab is the obstacles, right?
Yeah.
Like so, yeah, whatever. Like, oh, this obstacle, this obstacle on this prefab. But then we have like spawn points on the prefab for other things.
Yeah. So like there's
know,
randomization in between.
inside the prefabs as well. Yes, exactly. Exactly.
Randomness
Yeah,
inside
like
randomness.
spikes and
Yeah.
slips and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what Spelunky does, by the way.
Randomness inside randomness. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's cool.
That's what it.
Yeah,
that's
like little portals, like jumping one side, appear on the top.
Portals are pretty cool. Yeah.
yeah,
A lot of options.
Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah,
like
there's
I like
so
I
much
like
stuff
I
to
like
do.
I like that though. Like because what this allows us to do is remember when you were talking about like the perfect parabola and stuff. It would be like you could then be like, okay, the perfect parabola will aim me right here. So then the item that is supposed to be there will be right here, right? So like the perfect parabola to get me into the position is the one that will bring me through this area, sort of deal,
Yep.
right? And yeah, we can then place other things there and have that kind of like, oh, this is a perfect parabola position, so it's like maybe it has a little bit more chance of being that rocket that we're talking about, right?
And then like we could also add like fake outs, right? Like if you go like diagonal up left to that one, say we start in the bottom left when we add that jump back mechanic. So you can make like the middle object look really inviting. But then if you take like a second look, the one above it is like a better option, so you can do the jump back like halfway.
Oh yeah,
You know what I mean?
so it's like you're jumping here and you're like, oh, I need to activate bullet time and jump back this way so that I can grab this one
Exactly.
instead. Yeah,
exactly. It's like that one's
cool.
actually a better power up. I want to go that way.
Yeah,
So that's where you get the split second decisions and like stuff like that.
Player emergence.
The emergent gameplay. Yeah, exactly. the buzzword.
Yeah.
But yeah, hi Matches. Thank you for joining us. We're just designing out this kind of mobile title right now, that we're gonna probably develop over the next couple of weeks, months, depending on how long this takes. But yeah, I'm getting kind of excited about this. This sounds like a really good idea. Okay, so let's talk about level piece prefabs. Will have multiple obstacles.
Yeah.
So I don't want to specifically state how many obstacles that the level piece prefabs can have. We can make them as big as we want, but we'll also have they'll have a spawn a start, I guess, point. Honestly, like let's actually not do this. So in the hierarchy, it'll look like this. It'll look like empty game object that has a component, box collider 2D. That's just a trigger. And the reason why is because what you can do with box collider 2D as a trigger is you can get the bounds of it, right? So I can get the edge of the box collider at the bottom and spawn the next item. So I don't know if I should do it this way or if I should probably manually place it, because there's two ways of doing this. It's like if the level piece prefabs have empty transforms that give me the next positions, I can make it very, very easy. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Come on my screen for a second. And let me see if I can make this brush. I'm just gonna set up this view. Yeah. If you come back to my screen, I'll show you what I'm thinking. Hello?
Yeah. All right. I'm on your screen now. Cool.
So let's say this is like our one obstacle piece, right? Like this. Very simple. Like what we could do is each obstacle in this prefab probably has like list of tiles. Like it could like take shape.
Mhm.
So this one could actually be like this one, or it could be like this one with spikes, right? And every time we spawn it, we just ch- change it to one of the random tiles. I think when we do it manually like this, it might make for some like better like balanced maps. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. So what I'm talking about specifically, I'm saying that that's completely fine. I'm just saying placing it one after the other. There's multiple ways we can go about this.
Yeah.
So the way that I was initially thinking is I put just a trigger around the entire prefab that lets me know the extents of the prefab.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then I place it at the extent plus the midpoint of the next prefab or whatever, so that's where the exact spawn position of the next block. I can do it that way, or I can do it with empty transform values at the beginning and ends that just like snap together. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I guess either or works. Like
either or is actually like honestly, this is just kind of like a me thing. I'm just thinking out loud. This isn't anything to do with you guys, because if I'm gonna be designing this, I'm just kind of thinking out loud about how I want to place each piece. I think I want to do the box slider way though, because it's like there's less components on the prefabs then. Like,
you don't like managing the hierarchy.
I don't like managing the hierarchy.
Yeah, I'm on that. Like, I absolutely despise like when I'm designing levels just because it's.
Yeah,
I think.
You're the same thing. You're the same way as me, Ryan. You say like you like designing systems, but you don't like exactly like the creation of the actual system after.
Yeah.
Like I lose interest once I'm done, because like
Yeah.
so programming is my strength, right? Like,
Yeah.
once I've done with that, and
It's had enough.
Matches. I've actually been streaming for 6.5 hours. So yeah, the unboxing, upgrade, and everything was done earlier. It's right here.
I thought of a crazy idea. This is like way down the line.
okay.
If we wanted to, we could big scary word networking. We could create a race between like two people. We split it. Right.
Okay, so let's get the so what we're doing
I know.
then. What we're doing then
same.
is we're getting the client done right now. Then.
Yeah.
So let's focus on the single player.
Yeah. I'm just saying, it'd be really fun, like racing people in this kind of environment.
I'm just saying, I get scared when I hear multiplayer now. Like, I have so much PTSD from it.
Yeah, I mean, let's not go that route.
Yeah, I was playing around with it in Unreal, and there's a lot to it.
Yeah,
for sure.
We can look into that after. We can get into the basics of networking and actually like properly go through it. I know of it, and I kind of understand it, but I've never actually tried to do it myself. So, hey, maybe we can. Once this is kind of
course together, guys, it's gonna be okay.
Like I've done one freelancing gig with networking, and after that I've rejected anyone else who's like
who wants to make a it's because it's quite of an intensive topic overall. Like networking in general. Like if you don't understand the internet layer and like the whole way the internet actually works, then network programming makes no sense to you, because it's like, what is a server? What is a client? What is if you don't understand any of that, like,
it's not that's an issue. It's like setting up the architecture is like fun.
Yeah,
a lot of weird bugs happen and stuff too.
Yeah,
because you have to make like server authoritative stuff, and when you just start doing that, going that route, there's a lot of like redundant stuff you have to do. Like
Like the server has to know about a lot of the things that the client is doing, what the client doesn't necessarily have to know what the server is doing, and it's all this whole mess of like what tells what, and it is a very
And serialization, because like not everything can be replicated. You have to make your own serialization for things.
Okay.
I am not a fan of that.
Oh, all right. So yeah, guys, actually, I am going to have to call it a stream now.
Okay.
Thank you everybody who joined me. I guess next time around we'll actually be partway through development because I'm planning on actually trying to start this tomorrow, guys. So if you guys are around, we can develop it kind of off stream. If I do have when I swap drives, David, I successfully swapped the drive. It went completely fine. No static electricity. No me destroying components. So thanks.
Almost dropped it like once or twice. But
almost dropped it a couple times, but I caught it. But aside from that, it was good. Anyways, I do got to get going. And yeah, thank you for everybody who joined me. Thank you everybody for who chatted. Please drop me a subscribe if you haven't. And yeah, you guys, tomorrow if Super Meat Boy style, sure. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down with that. But yeah, tomorrow if you guys are down, well, we can continue forward and get more of this stuff done. But yeah, subscribe or Ryan will be in your dreams. All right. Okay. Thank you guys. And yeah, thanks for watching and have a great day.
All right.